Since the founding of our firm, caring has always been at the heart of who we are. It's what sets us apart, makes us stand out. We make a promise to our clients and our people to understand and respect who they are and how they work and create services and experiences to fit their unique needs. It's a promise, which is a reflection of our care. As we've grown around the world and evolved our capabilities, it remains as important to us today as it's always been. We care for the integrity of our industry, one we help to pioneer and continue to shape, bringing choice and a different perspective. We care for the success of all our clients, be they large multinationals, listed companies, public entities, private and family-owned businesses, startups, or private clients. Equally, we care for our people, embracing their individuality, letting their entrepreneurial spirit flourish, investing in their development and growth to become the leaders of tomorrow. And we care deeply for society, to do what's right, not just for our people and clients, but to do more to help build a fair and prosperous world, and always manage our firm for the benefit of future generations. We're proud to care. It's what makes us, us.
Onorată asistență, bună ziua! Dragi oaspeți și colegi,
esteemed audience, good afternoon, dear guests and colleagues. Today's event, I am Natalia Zlatina, Executive Director of the Association of Accountants and Auditors of the Republic of Moldova, and I would like to welcome you to the International Conference on Accounting and Audit in the 21st century. And the noble idea of organizing this event together under conditions that are not simple for us all together and everyone in particular came from our colleagues at the AmCham Moldova and ACCA, and we are very grateful to them for that. For ACAP, it has been and it still is a great responsibility to contribute to organizing and holding this event. The conference will last for 2 days, today and tomorrow, the 2nd of April, and we would like to thank you for choosing to be with us, and we really hope you will join us tomorrow as well. The conference doesn't happen accidentally today, just in the eve of the Day of the Accountant and Auditor in the Republic of Moldova, and for all Day of all the professionals that love the magic of figures and some historical background. At the request of the association, on the 30th of November 2010, the President of the Republic of Moldova signed the decree on establishing the Professional Day of Accountant Day. And on the 29th of January 2021, because of the wish to highlight the importance of professionals in the area of audit, and with the support of the representatives of the Ministry of Finance, the Council for Public Surveillance of Audit, American Chamber of Commerce, and ACAP, it was decided and decreed that the day will be the day of the accountant and the auditor in Moldova. Therefore, the professionals in the area of accounting and auditing have a reason to celebrate. On the 4th of April, they celebrate their profession. Representing ACAP, please allow me to congratulate you on this day. I would like to wish you a nice achievements and a lot of persuasion. Out of the association that I lead, the professionals really contribute to the national economy, to each individual enterprise, and to the society as a whole. To speak a little bit about ACAP, we are a professional association that lives through and for our members. We have mostly 1,000 members, mostly individuals, but also legal entities, and we always wanted to have a constructive dialogue. We always wanted to discuss policies and not politics, and to find ways to implement such policies. Secondly, what I would like to mention, well, I would like to express my gratitude to the executive team of ACAP, the 6 employees of the association, without whom it would be much more difficult to support this profession. And thanks to the responsibility of the team and by analyzing possible scenarios related to the consequences of a pandemic crisis, we found a way towards a balance, to continue our activity, to be on the job, but also to observe the restrictions imposed by the emergency situation. And as mentioned, the promoters of our event are our colleagues from the American Chamber of Commerce, and it's my honor and pleasure during these 2 days to be together with Madam Viorica Vragaleva, who I know as a person who is fascinated by everything related to finance, taxes, accounting, audit, and not only. So it's my pleasure to give her the floor. Thank you very much, Madam Natalia. I would like to thank you for such a great introduction. So I am Veronica Seretiano for several years now, but people still call me Vragaleva. Well, I am Veronica Seretiano, and I'm policy manager at AmCham Moldova. And Natalia spoke so nicely about the association, and I also wanted to tell you a little bit about the American Chamber of Commerce, which is the largest employer association in Moldova, including over 140 members, only legal entities as opposite to ACAP, and it also covers American investment, European investment, national ones, as well as very diverse areas of work from production, IT, consultancy, audit, and each and every member of ours has an accounting unit or financial unit that we are proud of and who are very active in building the AmCham community. Actually, Natalia mentioned the idea underlying this conference. Even though Natalia gives credit to us for this initiative, but that was an idea that we got during the discussions that we have together, including Madam Georgetta, who we'll talk to a bit later, and Natalia. So we said, why shouldn't we organize a joint event with a professional association and a business association together, because such a combination brings to a respective effect. And now, going to today's event, I would like to continue the congratulations. I would like to congratulate you, dear accountants, dear auditors, on this professional day that we will all celebrate on the 4th of April. And I wish you to find time for your families as well. To, I wish you to stay as professionals and honest as you are. And I think that other people count on you too. And these two professions, accounting and audit, to be good at this, you need to put together several qualities, that is intellect, integrity, and professionalism. And then the best out of the profession found that point where these three qualities are in harmony. And as you are accountants and auditors, you know that in order to be good at your profession, you need to obey certain rules, to look towards some information. And during this conference, we have some rules as well, some information that we would like you to observe. First of all, the conference takes place during today and tomorrow. The ones who registered in advance got the link for today and will receive a link for tomorrow to get connected. Also, we can watch the conference online on the page of ACAP, on the page of AmCham, on the page of the event, but this event these days will be broadcast on previous.eu. So take that into account. Secondly, it's very important that the conference takes place in two languages, main languages Romanian, second language is English. In the chat boxes of the broadcast, you'll see links to connect to a broadcast either in Romanian or in English, because we will have some combined panels and we'll have speakers of Romanian and English. So if you feel more comfortable with one of these languages, we would like to ask you to connect to the link with the language that you feel more comfortable with. And the third aspect, which is important from our point of view, is that the questions that you might have during the discussions, and dear speakers, please ask them in the chat boxes where you watch the conference, regardless of whether it is on previous.eu or one of the pages that I mentioned before. We will take care and pick all of those questions, and to the extent possible, in the Q&A sessions, we will ask the questions to one speaker or to all of them together. Having said that, we will move on to the conference itself. Indeed, I would like to, it's my pleasure to invite for a welcome message, for congratulations and some reflections on the topic of the conference, our guests. First of all, Mr. Dorel Noroc, State Secretary at the Ministry of Finance, Mr. Petru Rotaru, member of the Court of Accounts, Madam Mila Marareu, Executive Director at AmCham, and Madam Georgeta Kovalov-Rusu, Chairperson of the Directors Board of ACAP, who are with us in the studio, but also together with us, however, connected virtually, Madam Nicoleta Graur, Executive Director of the Council for Public Surveillance Supervision of Audit, and Madam Andreea Stanciu, Director of ACCA for Southeastern Europe, who is also connected and via Zoom from Bucharest. And before giving the floor to our guests, we would like to make sure that the connection is good. So, I mean, Madams Andreea and Nicoleta, can you hear us? Hello, I can hear you, and I'm very glad to be here, and hopefully you can hear me well too. Hello, I can also hear you very well, and hopefully you can hear me. And I hope it will be a useful conference for us all. Good luck to everyone. Well, in this case, I would suggest that we move to you. And as Natalia mentioned, today we have quite special opening panel with a welcoming message and also with reflections of an issue on an issue. And our issue today is how did we go through COVID? How did we go through COVID as an organization, as a profession, as individuals? Let's try to debate this topic a little bit in the context of accounting and audit occupations. And the first person who I'd like to give a question is Mr. Dorel Norok. And I would like to ask you a little bit more about how the Ministry of Finance coped with this challenge as being the main regulator for these occupations. How did the Ministry of Finance cope with these challenges as an employer? And I think you have things that you would like to share with us. So please, Mr. Norok, if you... Sorry, I just can't hear. It's an honor for us to share the experiences that we had during 2020. And of course, the year 2020 changed many economic processes. Given that even this conference means that we can adapt, we did adapt to the COVID situation. So, and it proves that when we want to organize something, we can. I am sorry, the sound is very bad. I can not. During 2020 and the emergency condition being imposed in the second half of March, these decisions had influence on the professions of accountants and auditors, including reports that were supposed to be submitted to the National Bureau of Statistics. And this extension of deadlines is valid this year as well. That was provided for in the law, and that was as a result of working together with you as a result of discussions when we decided that financial statements should be submitted by the 31st of March. There are some aspects that I would like to share. Of course, the Ministry of Finance, being an authority, tried to ensure in terms of personnel, but also processes to overcome or to meet the requirements that our processes have. And given that the profession was the one that self-managed itself and managed to adapt in this process and knew how to change its processes in order to ensure and to give form and content in 2020, and I'm sure that will continue in 2021. Also, I wanted to highlight two important moments because you asked us to reflect about the upcoming period, about the development of a profession. First of my reflections about IT and the use of IT in accounting and audit, this phenomenon. And it's important for a profession to use. And in 2020, we found that many questions in your profession were raised in the context of a circulation of electronic documents, which means that the system started to meet the requirement. And the second moment, and I think most, is about the legislation and I mean it is very rigid and doesn't have enough flexibility, and we need to see if it is possible to make this legislation more flexible. It is important that the area of accounting would follow the economic processes and not the other way around. It shouldn't be economic processes that follow the accounting. It's important when an economic operator has no possibility to implement innovations because of certain legal constraints, we we need to come with a new concept or some to make more liberal the legal provisions in the area of accounting. I understand that this is quite an arguable topic, and I would like to try to imagine for one second if this pandemic happened when you as an accountant were lining in a queue to receive a documented tax service or to file a tax return. So, and I am very happy that things evolve actually. We are at a different stage. And when I'm talking about technology, I also mean support from public institutions. So, so having a unique system for all economic operators in the country that's easy to use for everyone. Using this opportunity, I would like to thank the organizers of this conference. I believe that I can see that lately your effort overcomes every barrier, public institution, private institution, society. You manage to do wonderful things, and we hope this will continue. And we work based on the same principles: fairness, respect, and integrity. The occupations of accountants and auditors, we know that there is natural selection in nature on the other hand, and I can say that natural selection exists in your jobs as well, and I think that you need to be proud that criteria of your selection are based on discipline, professionalism, in fact, and work. And when I say work, in the context that we are today, I need to say that when we celebrate the professional day, we often just say congratulations. It's a holiday, some encouraging messages. But we have colleagues in accounting and audit who are working even today in order to make things better, to implement, to exchange best practices in accounting and audit. This is, it has to be appreciated, and we need to encourage their work. And in this context, dear accountants, dear auditors, I would like to congratulate you on your professional day. You really deserve it. And I would like to wish you a lot of health, uh, progress, because your progress is the progress of us all. And every economic activity, every invention, every person that has time can succeed only in a combination with a professional accountant. So good luck to you all. Thank you very much, Mr. Norok. And after your speech, we can close the conference and go home. If someone from your level proves that we have so many reforms waiting for us in the area of accounting and audit, we are very glad. But we will continue to discuss along the lines that you mentioned and discuss some trends and digitalizing. And thank you for the great collaboration that we have had during the year with the Ministry of Finance and the Tax Authority in this respect. And I would like to take advantage of this context and move to another partner with whom we had quite an intense communication and productive, and that is Madam Nicoleta Graur. And I would like to give her a question as well, and that relates mostly to the role that Madam Nicoleta has as a executive chairperson of the surveillance body, how a surveillance body manage to cope during this period with many restrictions for interaction? How did you manage to do your job well? That, do you think I mean, if you think that you need to provide more details about how this process works. So, Madam Nicoleta. Good afternoon, Mr. Norok, Mr. Rotaro, dear accountants, dear auditors, esteemed and dear organizers from AmCham and ACAP. It's an honor for me to take part in this conference and to express my thinking. As I understand, congratulations will come later, but let's focus now on the effects that the pandemic crisis had on us, effects of these epidemiological situations because of COVID. Unfortunately, it managed to change the way all organizations and institutions are managed. This virus does not care of gender, age, profession. It managed to mobilize us and to make us think in such a way that we could manage the pandemic with with minimum uh, bad consequences. And the Council for Public Supervision of the Audit is not an exception. We also made some steps, we made some changes in our work in order not to expose to risks our employees as well as the auditors that we are responsible for. The first step was to digitalize information by sending or receiving letters, notifications, statements, which during 2020 and until now we send by email in order not to interact physically with the auditors, in order not to expose to risks. Secondly, the meetings of the committee, which in better times were taking place well physically in rooms, now we meet only through video conference platforms, meaning online. So we also moved to a special working regime. It's part work or remote working, so that employees wouldn't get sick, or even if they get sick, so that we could take another round of employees to come to work and the others would be under quarantine. An important change happened as a result of an order of a public health committee, and that was extending the deadline for submitting reports on audit quality control reports and some documents on transparency from 30th of April 2020 to the 31st of May 2020. When it comes to qualification exams for the occupation of auditors, they were suspended for one session. In order not to exceed this 3 years period, we want to give them the possibility to fit into that 3-year timeline. During the management, we also accepted some postponements of the dates beginning the external quality controls. And that was because, first of all, the auditee had some of its employee in quarantine, others were in other leaves, and in some cases, people who were responsible for the audit were abroad, and when coming back to Moldova, had to quarantine. Another moment I want to mention is the ongoing professional development. In 2020, it also happened on online video conferences, and for the council to do its work, to check how it worked, we also verified these things online. The in international trainings, most often with the World Bank, were suspended for 1 year, but still some meetings, some workshops took place on video conference platforms. Many requests were accepted from audit entities so that the control of audit quality would take place at the premises of a council in order not to. They were bringing the files and they were checked at the premises of the council, so that is less harmful. It was also accepted that the communication of a report of a control but should not take place in a physical meeting but on an online platform. You know, this was what we did, and we tried to implement all of these things in order to overcome these situations. I think that even in these harsh situations, the council fulfilled all of its duties and obligations and understood the only now understood the full meaning of the word health, because it is full of meaning. Madam Veronica, this is everything that the council did in order to improve the situation on related to COVID moments. Thank you for this intervention, and we are very glad being representatives of this environment. We're glad that the Supervision Council expresses this openness and availability to understand the complicated situations that we all go through, including the auditing profession. And before moving to the next speaker, I said that we did not mention one very important moment, and that's the motto, and that is that we focus on issues in accounting and auditing, and the ones that are by our side, they were the ones who supported this event of ours, are top companies in the area of accounting and auditing and of tax consultancy, and that is Deloitte, PricewaterhouseCoopers, who, by the way, turns 25 years of presence in Moldova. Our warmest congratulations, and the mother's company. But I wouldn't like to forget the ones who are with us in all of our activities and initiatives in accounting and audit, and that is a periodical Monitorul Fiscal, which also has an anniversary this year. It's 10 years in the foundation of the magazine. So thank you too for being with us always. Now, I would like to move to the next speaker. And in this case, I would like to talk to Mr. Rotaru, who has an extensive experience in the area of accounting, auditing, being a practitioner, but now having filling a public position, and he could tell us more about the perspective. How is COVID perceived on both sides? With an emphasis on how did the Court of Accounts overcome these challenges of 2020? How does it cope with them now in 2021? Please, Mr. Rotaru.
Acestei sesiuni. Mulțumesc, Veronica, pentru...
Good afternoon to everyone. Thank you, Veronica, for your presentation. Actually, like all the other institutions, the Court of Account is not an exception to that, because we are also feeling the negative effects of COVID in our area as well. And as a supreme audit institution, we are affected indirectly, if we can put it like this, because we depend on the reports submitted by public institutions to be able to audit them. And if we are to speak about 2020, but the decision of the National Exceptional Committee, the deadline was postponed. So we have 45 days to audit the three large budgets, state budget, health insurance and social insurance budgets, and the three ministries. And I want to say that the pandemic has taught us a good lesson that we have to digitalize the whole process. So the Court of Account is implementing now an audit software for the financial audit or compliance audit. Now we are pilot testing three audit engagements, including with foreign experts of the EU delegation to the Republic of Moldova. And we hope that this process, the difficult process to implement the software, is conducted as soon as possible. And hopefully, we will manage to do the audit of the financial year 2021 using this software. As for the accounting reporting, the Court of Accounts is mainly dealing with reporting in the public sector. But if we are to speak about corporative sector, the situation is good compared to the public sector, where we have a lot of things to do. So we have discussed with relevant authorities in charge of promoting policies in this area in order to start this difficult process of approving the accounting standards for the public area. Because currently, unfortunately, we have only one order, 216, governing the accounting in this area. And in my opinion, this is a very cumbersome and long order with too many details. So I think it will be much more difficult to include new rules there. It will become much more ambiguous, unfortunately. So I have been an accountant for a long period, so I do respect this profession because by profession I am an accountant, and I'm very glad to have a professional day. And I would like to say that it is not by chance April the 4th, because if you remember, the reporting deadline used to be March 31st. So perhaps on the fourth day, the accountants would regain their forces and would be able to celebrate this holiday or to perceive this as a holiday. Because if it were before March 31st, they wouldn't have been able to enjoy it. But now the deadlines have been somehow liberalized. So now the financial report is not that long and ambiguous. It's much more easier. And we also have the Auditors Day. So now we have 2 days. So because it's important to say that it's quite difficult to differentiate the border between an accountant and an auditor. And actually what it is important is to have a good relationship between these two professions, because that would be for the benefit of everyone, of the economy, private sector, and the fiscal and financial framework of the Republic of Moldova. What I want to say about the Court of Account is that we indeed had quite a difficult period in 2020. We did not know what to do, how we will work, because we had some compulsory audit engagements established in Law 260, but we've managed to find a way. We've managed to work remotely with databases of public institutions. We tried to find ways to access remotely these databases and withdraw the information that we need for our audit missions. Now, as I've said, trying to implement an audit software that will facilitate our work. And last but not least, considering the fact that in 2019, a new code of ethics was approved, and we have a separate standard 130 for Supreme Audit Institutions. So as a result of that, the Court of Accounts reviewed its internal code of ethics, and the qualities that an auditor should have. First is competence, unbiased attitude, and last but not least, their capacity to cope with all of the challenges. So now working remotely and having newly employed staff, the professional level is of huge importance to deliver quality results, quality audit results. That is why we focused on increasing the knowledge of our staff. So we started a certification process, which I believe was successful. So we have contracted people from outside, because out of the 5 members of the commission, 3 are from outside of the institution. And these external institutions have this important role to assess our employees. But actually, the goal is not to assess the staff, but to increase their level of qualification. And starting from this premise, together with Sigma experts, we developed the concept paper on certification. We now have four distinct modules: accounting and financial reporting, which is a crucial element for any auditor. The second one is the law on the activity of the Court of Accounts. The third one, IT area, and we're speaking about the accounting software and the internal software of the Court of Accounts. And the fourth one, the international standards on auditing. So 76 out of the were certified last year. 26 auditors will be certified or are expected to be certified this year. As a conclusion, to have a well-trained area, we need to maintain the competencies of our staff. We have to cooperate horizontally with accountants and auditors, and also with public institutions. And now I would like to congratulate my colleagues from the accounting and auditing area. I am glad that the state regards this profession as important by assigning a separate professional day, and hopefully together we'll manage to deal with the challenges of 2021. Thank you, Petro, for your speech, and thank you for telling us how the Court of Accounts responded to COVID. It is very good that the public authority is investing so much in digitalization. We are sure that your example of digitalization will be taken over by other authorities as well, because we have spoken about the role of digitalization in the tax area, speaking about the services provided to taxpayers, such as the one-stop shop. So I believe these are fantastic ways to facilitate the work of accountants. And now I would like to invite Mrs. Malero. I will call her Mila because she is my director. So Mila, could you tell us more about how the business community, our business community, responded to the COVID situation, how they coped with it, what new challenges occurred? What have we done as an association for them to feel more comfortable? So that would be very useful for us to understand how the business community as a whole views this problem, and how we, all of us, responded to solve this problem. Thank you very much, Veronica. Thank you for this question, ladies and gentlemen. Um, it is a pleasure for me to welcome you at this conference on accounting and audit. And like the previous speakers, I would like to use this opportunity and congratulate our colleagues from the area of accounting and audit. We businesses regard audit and accounting as two very important professions, two professions that require responsibility and perseverance. In her speech, Veronica has referred to the fact that the accountants and auditors should spend more time at home. So on this occasion, I remembered a joke told by a taxi driver, because he said when he has a call at 3 a.m. and if someone leaves the office at 3 a.m. not being drunk, for sure it's an accountant. So I would like to reiterate that accountants should involve more young accountants and auditors to make them love this profession and practice it further on. So we are glad to have a large community of auditors and accountants. So on the one hand, we have the accountants of companies that are members of AmCham, many of them being large employers and large taxpayers of the Republic of Moldova. On the other hand, we have accountants and auditors that provide services in this area. So it is my pleasure to say that starting with 2020, having some preconditions, the activity of the AmCham committee for these professionals has diversified. So, of course, the most important precondition for diversification of the activities of the tax committee of AmCham was Veronica Sirețeanu, who joined this committee, and with her enthusiasm and passion for fiscality, for audit and financial reporting, she told us that we need to do more for our community. And now we can see that we have two clear directions of work. The first one is fiscality and digital transformation in fiscality. And the second one is accounting, financial reporting, and audit. And I would like to thank our AmCham colleagues who are offering leadership on these two directions. So it's Yuria Chichibaba and Lilia Ponde. Speaking about the general impact of pandemic on the profession of accountant and auditor, I would say I believe that during the pandemic year, a revolution occurred in this profession on the basis of the feedback received from our colleagues. And I hope that during this pandemic year, an irreversible transformation process has started that will transform the functions of accounting and audit in the business environment. So, first, I would like to congratulate representatives of these professions for testing out the possibility to work from home and doing it successfully. I believe that in the previous years, they wouldn't have even dreamed of having the possibility to work from home and to have this consent from their managers. But the pandemic has created conditions where managers and owners allowed to relocate the accounting and to make it a remote work. So I believe this will make the profession to be loved by more people, and I hope that more professionals will join us. And the second issue, yes, of course, that was a huge provocation, this relocation, the fact that the technical conditions had to be adjusted, the fact that an efficient communication should have been ensured, and also security, informational security had to be ensured as well. But we need to ensure continuously a very efficient operational way, because sometimes the same workload should be performed by fewer people. Another very important impact that I have identified is the fact that accountants had to overcome the deficiencies in their relationships with important stakeholders. On the one hand, of course, these are the state institutions to which they report. On the other hand, we have such stakeholders like banks, for example. And what I liked is that the professionals in this area have put some pressure to make sure that these stakeholders digitalize their processes as well. And this pressure continues, and I hope things will evolve positively further on. And number three, and another important thing is that I believe that the pandemic has consolidated the community of accountants and auditors. First, this task of assessing correctly the impact of pandemic on the economic activity and reporting this impact to managers, to business owners, that was a very important task, so that decision makers decide quickly during the pandemic period. On the other hand, they had to communicate the problems, the barriers to state institutions, so that they formulate good response measures. And I am glad that accountants during this period were close to us. They mobilized and provided the best arguments to formulate some measures that we in our 10 could submit further on, and in such a way to help government's decision makers respond appropriately to the pandemic. I'll be very brief now when speaking about the general effect of COVID on the economic activity. We've conducted a study in the March-April of 2020, by which we tried to assess the impact of COVID. And obviously, we have noticed that the biggest problems reported by businesses was the lockdown, the sharp decrease in the demand and in the purchasing power, of course, eroding of the company's capacities to pay their liabilities. And a big surprise for accountants is the disbalances in the cash flow. Of course, during this period, a lot of speculations emerged and there was a general state of panic. So we have seen a large difference between the companies that were prepared, that had enough professionals, accountants who were able to respond correctly, companies that had qualitative and accurate information which would enough to formulate quick responses. The companies that had stable and healthy relationships with creditors, the companies that had enough liquidities. So there we have seen that companies, or those companies, managed better and adjusted quicker. And we believe that this is mainly thanks to the activity of accountants and financial directors. And we know that very often in the Republic of Moldova, these two functions are uh, belong to one person. And also the companies that have implemented electronic signature and digitalized the processes before were not impacted that much by the pandemic compared to the other companies that have not digitalized processes at all. So I'm glad that we, AmCham, has managed to create a dialogue platform so that professionals could communicate, could meet quickly and generate together solutions that we afterwards conveyed further to government institutions. And I am glad that we are progressing. And as Mr. Norok has mentioned, I'm glad that we're making progress in digitalization in the fiscal area. I believe there is a lot of things to be done further on, and we will continue to support these processes. And I hope very much that this platform, this conference that we have organized today and tomorrow, will be a source of information, valuable information, and hopefully we'll be able to repeat these experiences in the next years as well. Thank you very much, Mila, for your comprehensive presentation of the situation from the perspective of businesses. And now I would like to give the floor to Mrs. Georgeta. So please tell us more about how the profession of accountant and auditors was affected, because besides being the chair of the Association of Professional Accountants and Auditors in Moldova, she is also a well-known practitioner in this area, and for sure she can tell us uh, very accurately how the profession coped with the situation. So, Georgeta, please. Good afternoon, dear colleagues, dear guests. I am very glad to have the possibility uh, to organize this event, and that this format does not have any boundaries and limitations and restrictions. Yes, indeed, we can divide our life in pre-pandemic and after pandemic. But um, many people, when speaking about pandemics, are focusing on the negative impact. But I would like to focus on the positive impacts. From the experience of my daily work, I would say that this was a shock that forced us to upgrade and modernize not only the ways we communicate between auditors, accountants, and businesses. The uh, legislator was also flexible. So now, when we are forced to honor our liabilities, is the fact that a proof to that is the today's conference. So the accountant has understood that they have a different role. They are not a statistician working with figures to submit them. The accountant now have a different role. They have become a partner for the manager, for the business. Of course, the risks encountered by accountants during the pandemic impacted the way they planned their work. Auditors were also, unfortunately, in less pleasant situations, but again, this unpleasant situation was a trigger motivating them to enhance their potential, to make their work more efficient. So thank you very much for resisting in this profession in spite of everything that is going on a daily basis. Thank you for not stopping in developing your qualification levels despite the pandemics. And if we are to delimit the pre-pandemic and post-pandemic life, I would say, in my capacity of trainer in the Association of Professional Accountants and Auditors, that recently we have been forced to move online with our workshops and roundtable discussions and communication. So I'm glad that as a result of this transition, the professional level of our accountants has increased significantly. And for that, I would like to thank the staff of the Association of Professional Accountants and Auditors. I would like to say that this year ACAP turns 25 years since its foundation. So we are adults already. And I hope that we will have a very good cooperation in the future as well, both with the Parliament and with the business. I would like to thank you very much and wish you a great day. All the best. Thank you, Mrs. Georgeta, for the kind words. Now, in the opening speech, we have a last speaker. He's she is not with us in the studio. She's in on the Zoom platform. Andrea, I will kindly ask you to tell us about regional and international aspects, because as far as I know, ACCA has conducted some studies on how accountants and auditors responded to COVID on the regional and international level. So Andrea, please share with these results. Yes, thank you very much for the invitation. Congratulations to all of the professionals on the occasion of the Day of Accountants. I would like to congratulate the organizers for this event and for the anniversary year. And I am really glad that we can use technologies to see each other online if it's not possible to do it face to face. So I'd like to congratulate all of you, all of the participants in this conference, for finding time in a period that is very busy for you, as far as I know. Well, it does not mean that accountants have periods that are not so busy, of course. I would like to say that the European Commission has conducted a study to see the percentage of the active population of a country participated in a training event. And in 2018, the last year for which we have data available, only 1% of the active population employed in Romania attended a training event. I do not have a similar data for the Republic of Moldova, but I would dare to assume that the situation in Moldova is not that different from the situation in Romania. That is why I would like to congratulate you one more time for being part of the elite of about 1% of the population, the elite of people that are continuously developing professionally and find time to attend such events. And now, speaking about the crisis that we are living now in, so it made us rethink our career aspirations and the future itself, both personal and professional. And it has transformed clearly, as the previous speaker has said, it transformed the way we manage organizations, the way we work. But on the other hand, it also broadened the role of accountants and made it more important than ever. And one thing I believe has not changed, the fact that accountants is a safe and flexible career regardless of age. So what is important is for us to be flexible enough and to be willing to adjust to this wave of changes. So that is why we are in place professional associations to support you to be to ride the wave of changes, and why not to generate a wave of changes. When in April 2020 had a study, a questionnaire-based study on the effects of COVID. So we had the responses for more than 100 countries. So we have learned that accountants should have been heard more even before, but moreover after the pandemic. Also, we were glad that during the pandemic, the management put more priority to the safety of employees, and actually the same was done by ACCA. On the other hand, on the basis of the results of this questionnaire, we were sad to find out that more than half of the companies have not yet done back then, in 1 month since the onset of the pandemic, had not re-evaluated their financial situation, working with outdated budgets and forecast as if nothing had happened. So about 1/3 of the companies did not have a business continuity plan. So for us, accountants, these figures come with the following message. So even if we seem too prudent, too detail-oriented, it would be good to have in our companies accurate figures. We have to agree on the parameters. We have to prioritize certain decisions that seem to be related exclusively to the financial area, because it was clear that the companies that had everything arranged managed to adjust better to the new environment. As for us, ACCA, as an professional association, we were agile. We reinvented the procedures and processes immediately after the onset of the pandemic. We created a platform with COVID resources, which is open not only to our members, but to everyone who is interested. We moved all of our activities online, not only the events or professional development for members, but our exams as well, so that so far we already had 4 rounds of examinations where ACCA students could take the exams from home with under strict supervision.
Închei prin a vă spune din nou
I would
că
like to conclude by telling you that the totality of your strategic skills makes you more attractive than ever for employers, including for managerial roles and strategic roles. And as I said before, this means that there are interesting career opportunities, diverse opportunities for accountants of all generations, if they are ready to accept challenges and to keep their skills up to date. And the fact that you are here today at this event is proof of you doing exactly that. You want to be up to date, and I congratulate you once more. And it's good to be together with you. Thank you for inviting me. I think of everything related to how the community of accountants and auditors responded to COVID at regional and international level. So having listened to the international perspective, let's move to our first panel. That's about the latest trends in accounting and audit. And I'm glad to give a floor to Madam Natalia, who will continue to moderate this first panel of our discussion. Thank you very much, Veronica. And as for today, we wanted to give a flavor of celebration to the event. We are not going to discuss only technical topics. We will leave that to webinars and seminars that will take place another time. But we'll try to see how we can learn from the challenges that the pandemic caused. What lessons should we learn? What we should do, what we shouldn't do. And for that, we invited professionals who can share their opinions, their suggestions on how we can channel the situation and transform challenges into opportunities. And in order to move on and see what are the main trends in accounting and auditing, both at national and international level, and I will need some help with that. So I would like to invite Andrea as a moderator or co-moderator of the following discussion. And Andrea is a loyal friend of ACAP, and for years and years, our members are not only but professionals in the area of accounting and auditing benefited thanks to Andrea and openness of her colleagues at ACCA, benefited of a number of professional festive events. I know Andrea as a person who is very passionate about education. Well, first of all, as an accountant and passionate about education, a person that believes that we needed to slightly change the way accounting is studied. So it should be about lifelong education. I think we will take over this idea together with our colleagues from our association, and not only. So thank you very much, Andrea, for accepting to be together with us, and I would like to give you the floor. Thank you very much, Natalia. And Georgetta, it's an honor, it's a pleasure to be here. Once more, I would like to congratulate ACAP and AmCham for organizing this event. I've seen there are hundreds of people who are watching us. It's extraordinary, and I have always been glad to have met you by means of this partnership between ACAP and the ACCA, and that we were able to build wonderful partnerships which bring benefits to professionals in accountancy and auditing. This is an opening panel on a very interesting topic, and it brings an important topic about the profession. We're talking about trends in accounting and auditing. We could talk for hours about that, but we decided just to give an outlook internationally and then to look at it at national level and to speak about trends in the accounting and audit, and then somewhere in the middle, let's say the bridge between these two horizons is the ethics. And even though the panel is called Latest Trends in Accounting and Auditing, ethics was, is, and will be what defines mainly the occupation of an accountant. And now I would like to introduce the panelists. And we have only ladies in this panel. And when I ask them to introduce, I will ask them to introduce themselves, but before we start the panel discussion, I am very glad to ask Mr. Ioan Grigoriu, Deputy Chairperson of the Chamber of Financial Auditors in Romania to come with a welcome message to the participants. So, Mr. Grigoriu, the floor is yours. Unfortunately, Mr. Grigoriu did not manage to connect yet. He will connect later. So let's move on with the other panel participants and then we'll come back to him. Great, thank you. So in this panel, the observer, a special participant, is also Mr. Rotaro, member of the Court of Accounts. And if you have questions or interventions, you are very welcome. So now, it is my pleasure to start a panel discussion with our first speaker. And I will switch to English, and that is the language and the presentation will be made.
To English now to introduce our first speaker, Mrs. Elena Misita, who is chair of the IFAC Professional Accountancy Organizations Development and Advisory Group, having been a member since January 2018, and she was nominated by the Union of Accountants, Auditors and Financial Workers of Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Mrs. Misica is a member of the board of the union and also serves on various professional focused boards and committees. And in March 2020, she became a member of the state-level Accounting and Auditing Commission of Bosnia and Herzegovina that is involved in the regulation of the accountancy profession, including education matters. Mrs. Misica has vast experience in PAO development and strengthening the accountancy profession in jurisdictions that require both strategic and practical assistance in adoption and consistent implementation of high standards of professionalism. And for over 10 years, Mrs. Misica has served as the CEO of Revicon, a company concerned with business consulting, research, and development. So thank you very much for your time, and thank you very much for introducing us in this topic of tendencies in accounting and audit at international level. A pleasure having you here. Thank you very much, and you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Appreciate a kind introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to this conference. To my colleagues from ICAP, I would like to congratulate on this great anniversary. So I'm touched, honored, and privileged to have the opportunity to be with you today. I hope all you and your families and friends are staying safe and healthy during these challenging times. We are the profession of more than 3 million people, represented by IFAC at the global level as the voice of profession and crucial knowledge convener. Our global connectivity helps us all to cope with the demands of our work. The accountancy profession is in the front line of every organization, every government, and all societies in the fight for the future. Our profession in a rapidly changing world will be determined by what we choose to do, the choices we make, the changes we propose. How we act in this moment will define the future of the profession, and the opportunity for positive change is imminent. Trends in our environment are fundamentally transforming the way we live and work, including the transformation of our perception of the world, how we interact with each other. We know that our profession remains relevant if we identify and then meet many demands on our rapidly evolving world. So, the first question is how to make a profession ready to meet these challenges. Let's start from the first question. We must question actually what that means for how we educate and prepare the professional accountants for the present and very different future. When I said professional accountants, I just would like to highlight it. I mean accountants and auditors. To ensure accountancy education can meet the challenges of competency and skills-based changes, we need to understand where the profession is heading. We are all familiar with accountants doing the same things. What we actually do: gathering, extracting, manipulating data and information, reconciling information across separate systems, and making decisions based on samples or limited information. These skills are normally obtained from classroom-based prescribed learning, a one-size-fits-all approach to learning. COVID accelerated our evolution to accountants doing the same things differently. So in this environment, we have seen increased use of automation, visualization for more powerful insights, and leveraging communication technologies to make a greater impact. All tend to rely on increased self-learning and personal exploration. Accountants doing different things, however, will be defined by actions we take today. The action that Association of Professional Accountants and Auditors of the Republic of Moldova, with all other relevant stakeholders, take today. A competency in the future will be the ability to see and anticipate trends on horizon and advise clients on the implication of those trends. We need to understand this new world like we understand accounting. A McKinsey Global Survey finds that 9 in 10 business managers said skill gaps exist in their organization or soon would. Accountants is not the profession operating in a static world, and the skills learned have to reflect the equal measure of agility. This is a clear need for a well-rounded skill set that combine technical skills and professional skills that are rooted in relationship building and communication. As one CFO said, we need accountants and auditors who can work as collaborators and partners with executive teams, who can leverage technology and data and identify risks, and who can effectively communicate the risk within the greater business function. So, what we can do? I'm advising you to implementing the new international educational standards. International Education Standards is the global benchmark for sound accounting educational programs. One of the key decisions relevant to the development of the profession in my region was adoption and implementation of those standards. We have adopted and started applying ISs since 2006. Developing internationally compatible accounting education at both the university and professional development level is underlying requirement for building the necessary capacity to support better quality corporate financial informations. The accountancy profession's ability to satisfy users' information needs contribute to the effective economy that creates value to society. This crisis cast a spotlight on anticipation and agility, make it clear that our profession must take the opportunity now to rethink our curriculums. I'm suggesting you to mobilize all relevant stakeholders and experts. Professionals accountants in an organization can facilitate dialogue amongst all stakeholders and experts. Let them help you to design your vision for future learning and development. Learning from other POs as well, and IFAC can help you. In addition to the current disruption from the pandemic-induced lockdowns and economic contraction, technological adoption by many companies will transform tasks, jobs, and skills. So what we can do? We can facilitate reskilling and upskilling. And we focus on the relevant competencies, what our profession need to learn, and how we need to learn, both changing. We need to prepare ourselves to sustain in the new normal, whatever that means. So I'm suggesting challenge yourself on the time to the market for changes to your curricula and assess and innovations. Meet personalized needs of professional accountants based on competencies, not roles. provide assistance to all stakeholders responsible for providing accountants. What IFAC is doing, because needs are changing. So IFAC has built a new free interactive tool, the Accountancy Education e-tool. The new e-tool, which is grounded in international educational standards, is more than electronic handbook or electronic version of the standards. It's a comprehensive tool providing clear linkages between the standards and the practical implementation support. I would like to recap the main points. We need to invest in education now, and we are going to come out of this with a competitive advantage. We have to show aspiring accountants that those who might be upskilling during their career, that the profession is anticipating, adapting with agility, and remaining a step ahead. To remain relevant, accountants cannot just produce the number. They are being called to tell the larger story behind the numbers and help solve society needs in the process. Thank you very much. And Andrea, I'm heading back to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mrs. Misica. I think these are the relevant questions we should be asking ourselves now in order to make sure that we are not only ready, but also creating the future. And now, with apologies to our next speaker, who is also a colleague in ACCA. So please understand, we have Mr. Grigoriu on the call who just joined. So I will give him the word for a short, brief salute to the conference, and then we will come back to your presentation. Voi reveni la limba română.
And now I will switch back to Romanian because it is our pleasure to have together with us Mr. Ioan Grigoriu, Deputy Chairperson of a Chamber of Financial Auditors in Romania, who has connected to our event and would like to tell you a couple of things. Mr. Grigoriu, the floor is yours, and thank you. But you are muted. Please turn on your microphone.
E perfect, vă auzim.
Eu am avut unele probleme.
I had some issues. I was listening from the very beginning, but I was somewhere in another version. Good afternoon, and let's say it's good to see you again, because I have taken part in this event for some years now. It is my pleasure to express to all professionals in the Republic of Moldova the greetings of our management, also the message from the leadership of the Chamber of Financial Auditors in Romania. And as I said before, it is my pleasure, and it's my honor to have this occasion to congratulate you on going on despite all the obstacles to organize such valuable events for our occupation and for the economy overall. Year 2020 was a year of adaptation and changes for our profession. It was a year where auditors had to rethink their strategy and adapt their program and way of working in order to streamline their activity and align to the new social and economic context. COVID-19 pandemic affected heavily, and it still affects the world economy. Its consequences are complex, and they bring up challenges for the humanity, and that also, of course, includes challenges for financial auditors. Some activities have been suspended. We had to adapt on the go to some activities or communication with our clients, and we reduced significantly our physical and interpersonal activity. We had additional expenditures related to reorganizing our activity in terms of digitalizing, and that meant time and effort that was necessary to implement all of this. And despite all these problems caused by the COVID crisis, which push down all the companies, it is important that we are responsive to the market needs and changes in the legislation. Our concern during this time was to convince our clients that we will provide them high quality services, transparent and timely services. Moreover, we try to adapt our services depending on the needs on the market, especially needs of the small companies that are in difficulty now. Restrictions imposed because of the pandemic influenced significantly the communication between auditors and clients. Of course, all these restrictions overlap with legal amendments that were enforced, to which we have to align. A financial auditor, similarly to other sectors of a society, needs a certain period to be able to adapt and then move back to the situation that was before the pandemic. I'm confident that the life after the pandemic will be different from the life before the crisis. Year 2020 will stay in our history as a delimiting line in the style of doing business. Given the dynamics of change that our occupation is going through, I'd like to encourage you to carry out your work professionally, make effort in order to implement this digital transition and have a sustainable management. I would like to conclude my message expressing hope that we will be able to overcome all of these difficulties. We will overcome the social medical crisis that we are going through, and that in the not so distant future, we will be able to meet face to face and discuss about challenges that our occupation faces. So once more, thank you for giving me the opportunity to take part in this event. And I wish you a lot of success in the conference works and in your general work that you do to support our profession. Thank you very much. And as I said before, I wish you success and good health. Thank you very much, Mr. Grigoriu, and I am sure that ACAP as well as ACCA appreciate the partnership with the Chamber of Financial Auditors, and we really appreciate your optimistic message, but also realist message and this partnership messages that you shared. Thank you very much. And I hope that you can stay with us for the entire panel discussion or entire conference. Thank you. And now, please mute your microphone. Great. And now I will switch to English again in order to introduce the next speaker in our panel, who will talk about the future of the accountancy profession.
As I was saying, although the title of the panel is latest trends in accounting and audit and talking about the future, as I was saying, ethics was, is, and will be definitely a part of the fiber of what a professional accountant is. Our next speaker, Miss Alison Hennell, is a chartered accountant herself, currently working at ACCA in the qualifications department. She achieved membership of a professional accounting organization in 1991, and she worked for PwC in London and Sydney in audit, corporate finance, and management consultancy. She then joined the University of Reading, where she was an associate professor in accounting and head of teaching and learning at Henley Business School, And part of her remit was to ensure that professional ethics were firmly embedded across all undergraduate and postgraduate programs. And in her current role with ACCA, she has responsibility for the ACCA qualification, which is our main offering, our main qualification, including the ACCA exams, ethics, and professional skills and practical work experience. Thank you very much for being here with us today to talk about this important subject in which obviously you have so much experience. Thank you for accepting the invitation, and you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Good afternoon. I'm absolutely delighted to be here and have the opportunity to share some thoughts on the subject of ethics and integrity. Ethics is a topic which is at the very heart of being a professional accountant. And I'd like to start by thinking about the question, what do we mean by ethics? And I think, looking at the first slide, ethics can be summed up in 4 words. Doing the right thing, which can actually be expanded to doing the right thing even when no one is looking. Now, this is a mantra that my brother used to apply when he was the chief exec of Walmart International and was aiming to instill an ethical culture across the organization. But what is the right thing? Well, it can mean different things to different people. Some people think ethics is about treating others the way we would expect to be treated ourselves. So being honest, truthful, fair, and consistent. Some people consider ethics from the perspective of what the world would look like if everyone was unethical. For example, how could financing decisions be made if all companies lied about their profit or asset base to secure a loan? This can then help define what ethical behavior would entail. Other people are guided by the wider consequences of ethical or even unethical behavior. For example, an ethical issue I experienced relating to the suppression of fraudulent activity in university exam assessment impacted not only the students, but also members of staff, the integrity of the assessment process, and the reputation of both the business school and the wider university. Ethics can be linked to virtues, but this can become inconsistent as different cultures and environments can deem different behaviours to be virtuous. Some would liken ethics to morals, which implies that they are maybe religious or faith-based. Again, there may be some inconsistencies globally, but the overall principle achieved should equate to fairness, which is an important ethical consideration. So what about integrity? Integrity is being honest and truthful, being fair, complying with laws, being open and adaptable, showing consistency, and perhaps most important, taking corrective action. I would see integrity as a key pillar of ethics. So in summary, ethics can be thought of as values and principles that are acceptable society, that are concerned with human character and behavior, and that go way beyond obeying laws, rules, and regulations. As accountants, we have a code of ethics that guides us and tries to ensure that we do the right thing. The challenge comes with consistently applying these principles, particularly when issues such as self-interest, human nature, intimidation, personal opinions, and emotions can come into play. It can be hard to speak out when something is wrong, especially if we may be personally damaged by doing so. So moving on to the next slide, I'd like to consider why ethics is relevant. Well, fundamentally, ethics are relevant because accountants have a binding professional obligation to act always in the public interest. And if we are to be effectively acting in the public interest, ethics have to be at the heart of what we do as accountants. From the moment someone engages with the profession, whether this is at school, university, or in employment, it is essential that they continually learn about ethics and how this is central to all that they do as an accountant. The key thing is that we all know how to resolve ethical issues in a way that upholds our profession and the trust that the public place in us. In addition to assuring public trust, ethics are also important to enable markets to operate effectively and to provide information that is reliable. Ethics is not a static discipline. It's continually evolving, particularly in the modern digital age. Ethics must not become an afterthought in the race for technological advancement. So let's consider, for example, artificial intelligence and machine learning. The analysis of unstructured live data over time will eventually lead to machines formatting decision rules and being able to make decision outcomes without the involvement of humans. This brings with it several ethical considerations. For example, under the principle of professional competence and due care, accountants will be required to have a really good understanding of AI systems and the controls that need to be put in place. The fact that professional accountants will increasingly be working with the outputs of automated process will mean that professional skepticism will be fundamental to identify any unintended bias built into automated processes. Environmental, sustainable and governance, or ESG as we commonly refer to it, is another emerging area where there will need to be far greater integrity-led decision-making in which ethics has an important role to play. We see examples of businesses being called on to make decisions between financial profit and long-term sustainability. And there is wider stakeholder interest in businesses due to the impact that it has on the use of capital and resources. The news yesterday around Deliveroo's IPO was a really interesting illustration of the growing power of ESG. Deliveroo's share price dropped by more than a quarter on its first day of trading due to concerns in the market over its treatment of employees and its governance structure. Moving on to the next slide, I'd like to talk about the requirements for professional accountants. For all accountants, the source of ethical principles is the International Code of Ethics for Professional Standards, published by the International Ethics Standard Board for Accountants, known as the EASBA. Individual accounting organisations use this international code as the basis for their own detailed ethical codes. At ACCA, for example, we have the ACCA Code of Ethics and Conduct, which is binding not only on ACCA members, but also on ACCA students and affiliates. The Code of Ethics and Conduct sets out a framework of fundamental principles of ethics and is based on the 5 principles listed on the slide. It also provides guidance on how we can safeguard ourselves against ethical breaches. As part of their continuing professional development, or CPD, ACCA members are required to declare on an annual basis that they have maintained and, where appropriate, developed their competence in relation to professional ethics. When people engage the services of an accountant, they do not and should not have to make their own assessment of ethics of members of that body. Instead, whether consciously or unconsciously, they rely on the professional bodies, such as ACCA, to make appropriate checks and ensure compliance and adherence to the code. Membership of professional bodies, such as ACCA, implies a high level of ethics and professionalism, and the public must be able to put its trust in the profession by relying on this. Moving on to the next slide, I'd like to talk specifically about the rule of PAOs. So, for a number of years now, there have been regular news reports about corporate failures, and this is only likely to be exacerbated by events such as the COVID-19 pandemic. When a company fails, particularly if it is a large public interest entity, it is only appropriate that the reasons for this failure are questioned and investigated. Inevitably, this impacts on public trust in accountants and auditors. If the public are to fully trust the profession, then they must also trust that there is appropriate oversight by the professional accounting organisation, such as ACCA. All PAOs have an infrastructure for ethics, which includes education, monitoring, discipline, technical advice and support. Where a PAO acts as a statutory regulator, it must conduct activities such as checking that members are qualified and eligible to undertake regulated work before issuing them with any licenses required to do so. The conduct and the standard of the regulated work performed by these members must also then be monitored with appropriate action taken where this is not satisfactory. There is naturally more regulation required for auditors and a greater level of scrutiny than there might be over members working in non-audit roles. These additional obligations typically include requirements for additional qualifications and experience, as well as the need to hold specific licenses and certificates. POs also have an obligation to report to superior regulators and to demonstrate that regulation is effective. Of course, despite the high ethical standards and values which PAOs such as ACCA promote, these can and will be breached by certain individuals. Criminal activity and breaches of the ethical code by accountants brings disrepute to the profession. There are clear regulations around disciplinary action that might be undertaken by professional bodies and the sanctions which might be employed in such an event. For example, it is possible for students, affiliates and members to be struck off the ACCA register for non-compliance with ethical rules and regulations. In fact, to maintain credibility and trust, it is vital that such a sanction is employed for serious non-compliance. Of course, such disciplinary action is inevitably reactive. To enhance trust and develop an ethical ethos in the profession as a whole, it is also essential that we undertake a proactive approach to ethics by fostering an environment which encourages members to act ethically and to provide them with the appropriate tools to make ethical decisions. We also need accounting education that promotes ethics at every stage of learning. I'd now like briefly to take a look at the wider regulatory environment. And I think it's important to consider the impact of ethics on the wider regulatory landscape. So moving on to the next slide. Over recent years, there have been several very high-profile accounting scandals, which have damaged the reputation of the accounting profession. Without exception, these arose as a result of the lack of ethics amongst individuals running the companies. In Europe, the Wirecard scandal, which involved the inflation of profits via forged and backdated contracts, and also putting money belonging to third parties onto the balance sheet incorrectly, resulted in the insolvency in 2022 of Wirecard, a DAX-listed fintech company. With revelations of a 1.9 billion euro black hole, the CEO, Markus Brunn, was arrested, and questions were raised regarding the regulatory failure of Germany's top financial watchdog, and also the possible malpractice of the long-term auditors. The aftermath of the collapse of Wirecard included strengthening of regulations on accounting, severing ties with the Financial Reporting Enforcement Panel, and raising the need for a single common European market rules, and the restructuring of the European Securities and Markets Authority, empowered by a legal basis. Closer at home in the UK, we had the collapse of Carillion, a listed service company in 2019, and an accounting black hole at one of our key retailers, Tesco. These corporate failures have contributed to several reviews of the accounting profession, and particularly auditing. Sir John Kingman conducted a review of the main accounting regulatory body, the Financial Reporting Council, which has led to the FRC being abolished and replaced by the new Auditing, Reporting, Governance Authority, ARGA, which has both statutory recognition and funding, an expanded role to include audit quality. The recent Bryden report looked into the auditing profession, and the CMA reported on competition in the audit sector. These have all led to the Department of Business Energy and Strategy launching its own review of the nature of audit and the issue of audit quality. These reviews and the associated recommendations have had major ramifications across the accounting profession. I'd like to finish just with a call for action. So, final slide. The key points I'd like to leave you with are the fact that ethics goes beyond obeying laws, rules, and regulations. Ethics really is about who you are, and it's about what as accountants we do. It's about always doing the right thing, even if there are personal consequences. We all have a responsibility, not only for our own personal ethical standards, but for ensuring that ethics are instilled into future generations of accountants. Within the organisation where we work, whether it's a company or a not-for-profit entity, we all need to play a part in leading or contributing to a strong culture of compliance which upholds ethical standards. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'll now hand back to Andrea.
Thank you very much for this inspirational, also practical, personal, but at the same time very wide perspective on ethics. I really found it very interesting, and I'm sure also for the professional associations who are represented here, because you also mentioned about our obligations as accountancy organizations. But also for the attendants, as I think, as you rightly concluded, ethics is a personal choice. It's about who we are, and it's the daily decisions that are driving our ethical compass. So thank you very much for this presentation. I will switch back to Romanian to introduce our next speaker. So we have Mrs. Tonu, and I will continue in Romanian. Doamna Natalia Tonu activează.
Mrs. Natalia Tonu is from the Department of Regulating, Accounting and Audit for 25 years. She's the Deputy Director of the Financial Policies Division and Head of Accounting and Audit Policy Section and Chair of the Audit Supervision Committee of the Council for Public Surveillance of Audit. She will speak about the reform of audit and accounting from the perspective of the regulator. The association agreement with the European Union, the obligation to transpose the European Union directives, the developed regulatory documents, and expectations from the reforms. So I am sure that her presentation about the future trends, very practical future trends, will be of interest for you. Thank you very much for being with us, and the floor is yours. Andrea, thank you very much for your presentation. I hope you can hear me well. Good afternoon to everyone. First of all, I would like to congratulate the auditors for joining the accountants on the occasion of our professional day that we celebrate every year on April the 4th. And I would like to wish lots of success both to accountants and auditors. I hope that your professional efforts are appreciated and the significance of this profession is recognized. I would like also to thank the organizers for inviting me to participate in this event, which is a very good opportunity for us to feel the pulse of the profession, because at such events we discuss many situations of interest for us, and we, representatives of regulatory authorities, supervisory authorities, professional organizations of auditors and accountants, all of us are active stakeholders of this area. And if we are to speak about trends in accounting and auditing at the national level, we have to take into account that the system of accounting and auditing, like any other system, is a living process, a continuously developing process. That is why it has a past, a present, and a future. And for us to understand where we are going to, we have to understand where we are coming from. And let's remind what were the events that impacted the reforms in accounting and auditing. So here we have to mention the association agreement signed between the Republic of Moldova and the European Union. By this agreement, our country assumed the obligation to transpose into the national legislation two directives, one in accounting and the second one in auditing area. So it is about the directive on annual financial statements, consolidated statements, and the related reports of certain enterprises, and the directive on the annual funds and consolidated funds. The transposition of directives had the goal to improve the accounting system and auditing system, including by establishing a reporting system, a financial reporting system comparable to the one used in EU countries, and in establishing an auditing and a supervision system based on the best practices and EU regulations. As a result, now in accounting and financial reporting area, we have the following regulatory documents related to the fact that our country has assumed the commitment to transpose the accounting directive. So first, we speak about the law on accounting and financial reporting in force since January 1st, 2019. National accounting standards, the amended one in force since January 1st, 2020, the general accounting charter of the same date, and two other important standards, submission of financial statements, both individual and consolidated ones, which for the first time will be applied by entities when preparing the financial statements for 2020. Also, two methodological guidelines were developed and approved, and they are used by entities in order to prepare the financial statements, both individual and consolidated, for 2020. The Ministry of Finance has also developed methodological recommendations on the implementation of amendments to the national standards, and we also have a draft regulatory document. The amendments developed by the Ministry of Finance to the Contravention Code, Article 295, which regulates the violations and sanctions in accounting and financial reporting area. In late 2019, the Ministry of Finance developed this draft. It sent it to the Ministry of Justice for promotion, and we are waiting for this regulation to be approved, which will complete this whole process of approving the necessary regulations in this area. Regarding auditing, we have the law on the audit of financial statements in force since 2019, and it includes a number of important provisions from the EU directive. This law clearly differentiates the functions and duties, the regulatory ones from the supervision ones, between the Ministry of Finance and the Council for Public Surveillance of Audit. So currently, the Ministry of Finance has the function of regulating the regulatory framework, and the Council is the supervisory body from the registry of the audit, registration of audit, certification of auditors, and ending with ensuring the quality of audits by performing an external quality control at the auditing entities. These functions used to be performed previously by the Ministry of Finance. Regarding our expectation as a regulatory authority in this area, I would like to mention the following. First, We would like to have a stable regulatory framework, which is at the same time open to quality changes. We know that accountants are quite reluctant to any legal amendments, and for them to have stability in terms of methods, it's very important for them. But the developments result in new economic transactions, and as a result, the regulatory documents need to be amended in order to reflect how to account for these novelties, these new types of economic transactions. We also focused on the preparation and submission of quality financial statements by entities and the satisfaction of the informational needs of users of financial situations. We have done this by increasing the level of clarity and comparability of financial statements. And here we speak about the format of financial statements for creditors, founders, investors, business partners, both from the country and from abroad. Also, we focused on simplifying the reporting conditions for some types of entities. Here we speak about the small and micro entities in order to decrease the administrative pressure on them while preparing the financial statements. And the request to financial reporting are increasing proportionally depending on the category of the entity. So the smaller the entity, the lower the requirements. The bigger the entity, the higher the requirements in terms of financial reporting. One of the goals was to conduct a compulsory audit at large and public interest entities, entities that have a major impact on the national economy. These are the biggest entity in the Republic of Moldova, about 700 or 800 entities. So they account for about 1.5% of all the entities that are reporting according to the data that we have received from the National Bureau of Statistics for 2019. So if we are speaking about compulsory audit, we understand that the number of entities is not that large that fall under this requirement. So it is about 1.5% of all entities. Another goal of regulators was to establish a public a system of public supervision of auditors. So for that, the National Council for Public Supervision of Auditors was established, and now it has all the necessary powers to be able to perform efficiently this function. Establishment of a system of public supervision of audit, implementation of a system to ensure quality, especially by external quality control. So this is a function of the Council of Public Supervision of Auditing. We also focused on the establishment of an efficient system of investigations and sanctions in order to be able to perform a quality audit of financial situations. And here I would like to draw your attention to the fact that these sanctions were established not in order to punish for violations, but mainly in order to prevent violations of the law. In order to get the best results as a result of the reform in the accounting and auditing area, the Ministry of Finance will continue communicating closely with practitioners via professional associations, business associations, from which we receive quite often recommendations and suggestions. And of course, we will maintain the direct communication, a communication that we try to harness on our platform of transparency in the decision making. So this is the platform that we, the Ministry of Finance, have set up in order to communicate on draft regulations or draft rules, and each accountant has the possibility to get involved and express their opinion on draft regulations and laws. We also have an interesting platform for practitioners. It is the Council for Accounting and Financial Reporting under the Ministry of Finance. The members of this council are practitioners, representatives of business environment, academia, and state authorities. This council reviews all draft regulations and laws in accounting and financial reporting area, as well as the problematic issues related to accounting and financial reporting. The Minister of Finance will also provide the necessary methodological support to accountants and auditors in implementing the specialized law on accounting and financial reporting, also in the implementation of national and international standards of accounting, financial reporting, auditing, as well as others. The Ministry of Finance will continue to provide the necessary support to the Council for Public Supervision of Audit in order to strengthen the capacities of this institution, for this institution to be able to develop a quality insurance system based on the best practices. I would like to say that recently a lot of progresses were made in reforming accounting and auditing, but setting up the legal framework is the first step only. So what we have to do next is to ensure its efficient implementation by cooperating with the professionals. So we rely a lot on your support. Andrea, that's all I wanted to tell you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for this comprehensive presentation of your work. I am sure that this whole workload keeps you very busy, and for sure this is for the benefit of the profession, and I am really glad to hear about the cooperation and dialogue, and the fact that you are here with us is a clear proof of the existing dialogue. So thank you very much for your presentation, and thank you for honoring us with your presence. And now I have some questions that I would like to ask to panel speakers. We have about 10-15 minutes from this first panel session, and I will ask in the order of their presentations. So several key issues, in my opinion, of key importance for the value of the profession, for our future. And now I will switch to English in order to ask the question to Elena Misita and to Alison.
We know that financial reporting, the story that that numbers say has always been really important. But my question to you is, why do you think that now, more than ever, is high quality financial reporting needed and important?
Thank you very much, Andrea, for your question. I will make it very, very short, having in mind that we have just a couple of minutes more. We are talking from right now, I will just say very shortly, the government all over the world facing with the tough choices. And they will not be able to do everything without help of the profession. So the governments need the good quality information to take a better decision that helps economic stability and also helps to increase trust and stability of society. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think this really gives the very, very large overview of how our reporting and how the numbers we generate are so important for the wider economies and the wider decisions that that our governments are taking to drive our well-being forward. So thank you very much, Yelena. I will move now to our second panelist, Mrs. Alison Hennell. I, for one, really appreciated the presentation on ethics and how it approached ethics from so many points of view. But I would just like to put ethics in the current context in which, unfortunately, we all are, and ask if any impact was felt from the current crisis of COVID-19 on professional ethics. And you have to unmute. Yes.
Very, very interesting question, Andrea. I'm glad you asked it. If you look at what's happened in the last year, the impact of the pandemic globally has been huge. And although some businesses have thrived in the pandemic, many businesses have had some very, very significant challenges. And I think, to me, perhaps one of the most common and challenging ethical issues going forward is that accountants, like ourselves, will be put under pressure by others, often more senior to ourselves, to actually do something that we know is not right. Whether it's, interpreting IFRS in a questionable way to boost profits, whether it's omitting disclosure of information that maybe has a potentially adverse impact. And I think, the message I'd give is that even though it can be really hard, we know when something is not right, and we have to speak up about it. I think the other thing I just want to highlight, which, again, you can relate it back to the pandemic. The pandemic has accelerated digital. There's no doubt about that. We've moved at ACCA more rapidly in the last 12 months than we have in the last 5 years. And, the speed of evolution and the digital transformation that we're undergoing is so significant. And I think when we relate that to ethics and accountant, what is going to become really critical is professional skepticism. And the reason I say that is that fundamentally, accountants are moving from historically being processors of transaction to actually being data interpreters. So looking at the output from often, machine-driven data. So I think it's going to be hugely important that we apply professional skepticism to all data and all information that is within our remit. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, definitely. Thank you very much. And I also really like that you have also brought in not only the crisis of the pandemic, but also, looking forward how much digital is going to influence how professionals work. So thank you very much. I know Mr. Rotaru, who is a member of the Court of Accounts, wanted to say a couple of words. So I will switch to Romanian. Domnul Rotaru, am înțeles că...
Mr. Rotaru, as I understood, you wanted to say something. Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be part of this panel. I liked the presentations very much and the approach of the speakers. And the ethical aspect is a very important one, a definitive one in accounting and auditing. But I have a question to Mrs. Tonu, to Natalia. I liked her presentation about the development of the accountant profession and changes in reporting, but also in profession of an auditor. But at some point, you were speaking about the permanence and rigidity of an accountant profession in relation to changes made in the reporting framework. And I would like to highlight some things here. On one hand, the accountant has financial reporting and fiscal reporting, and every reporting that they do takes additional effort and an additional level of stress to adjust the internal reporting of every institution, of every entity, and reporting towards public institutions. I would like you to understand that not necessarily accountants are rigid, but the changes often create some disturbance in the activity. And I would like to welcome the fact that the Ministry of Finance recently made changes for the reform, but it did not disturb our work. And I wanted to ask, what about 2021 for the accountant professions, for the financial reporting framework? Will we see any radical changes? Are there or some technical changes that you intend um, to do so? We want to know what to expect in 2021. For the area of accounting and financial reporting, we have entire legal framework in force for bookkeeping and financial reporting. All regulatory acts that were developed and approved are functional, are applicable, and the Ministry of Finance, by means of providing methodological support, is monitoring potential misunderstandings or some discrepancies found by auditors or accountants when they apply these provisions. And since the first financial statements that will be drafted according to the amended national accounting standards will be drafted for the year 2020, and the deadline for submitting financial statements is end of May 2021, it might happen that during this period, some accountants or auditors might have questions or some unclarity, or they might face some barriers in applying these legal acts. And obviously, the Ministry of Finance will accept the questions from entities, from accountants. We will look into them, we will systematize them. And if we find questions that need to be solved by amending the legal framework, we will do that. But we will try not to make changes just one extra time, nor not to stress the accountants again. I mean, we don't have any fundamental or essential reforms planned in the area of accounting for the nearest future, except if that is necessary as a result of a reporting period in line with the amended legislation. I hope that gives an answer to your question. Actually, that is a very positive message for this sector. I think that you have such an approach, and I wish you success. Thank you. Well, this is not to encourage accountants not to ask questions to the Ministry of Finance or not to talk to us when they see some discrepancy or unclarity. We are always available to the professional accountants and auditors to provide any explanation necessary. Thank you very much, Mrs. Tono. That's an extraordinary message coming to the professionals from the ministry. Of course, we all desire dialogue. And as long as you're here, I think there is a question from the public, from Ms. Slatina, who is going to ask her question on behalf of a professional from the public. That is true, Andrea. But before I ask the question, and I would also like to thank all the wonderful ladies for their excellent presentations and interesting topics that were addressed. And all of that will add value to the work of accountants and auditors from our country. And as we are connected to various networks, and that's where our participants can take part in our conference, we pick the questions that we receive there. So it's not surprising that we have another express question from Mrs. Tono, but it is somehow connected to what Mr. Rotaro asked before. And the question is the following. From the perspective of a regulator, what is your opinion about the completeness of the legal and regulatory acts in the area of accounting? Do they need amendment, or do they need time to be checked? Maybe can you highlight once more what can accountants expect in the upcoming period? Speaking of accountants, I think I already answered this question when Mr. Brotaro asked it before. There will be no essential amendments. If you're asking about auditing, because I hope auditors have similar questions too, because they're also a little bit accountants, and I can answer from a perspective of auditing. In the area of auditing, we don't plan any major changes because the law is new. There are no issues or barriers in implementing the law and the international auditing standards or secondary legislation related to the law on audit of financial statements. When it comes to surveillance, our surveillance Committee for Public Surveillance and Audit for 2019-2020 developed the entire set of regulatory acts that allows this institution to carry out its surveillance function. All regulatory acts and procedures were developed from registering audit, certification, charging fees and payments, and until the regulation on external quality control. There are no problems detected so far, and I don't think it will be necessary, at least in the upcoming 2 years, we will not need any changes, any amendments. When it comes to accountants, some clarification is needed, maybe, but I hope I answered. Still, I am optimistic because for us as a regulator, it is an extra task when we need to develop amendments or to develop new regulatory acts. So far, once more, we don't have any major issues that would concern us or would give us complex homework to lead to approving new regulatory acts or amending significantly some existing acts. Thank you very much for the positive answer. This brings our panel to an end. I highly appreciate the time of the speakers, the attention of our viewers and panelists, very topical.
Lovely having you in this panel, and I will hand back to the organizers, to Mrs. Latina. Thank you.
Mulțumesc mult, Andreea. Mulțumesc mult, Natalia, pentru...
Thank you, Andrea, very much. Thank you, Natalia, for this optimism that you shared with the professionals in the area of accountancy and auditing. And I think the participants and ourselves, we all need a break for some technical moments. That's why we will have a break now. Please stay with us and we'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Hopefully you will all be back to our event.
Bună ziua, dragi participanți, încă o dată. Am revenit în
Dear
cadrul...
participants, good afternoon once more. We are back to our conference with the second panel of our conference, which brings into discussion the digital part of development of accounting and auditing, and we're talking about digital transformation of accounting and auditing, and that is about reimagining what is possible. Actually, today, digitalizing was mentioned repeatedly, and last but not least, we discussed how the pandemic brought up the need to turn accounting and auditing digital, and the companies that were most adapted to COVID changes were the ones prepared for such a digital era, and they became part of it even before COVID. That is about companies and their internal organization, but also about interaction with public authorities. Because in this way, authorities also can cope with the rules or restrictions established by the competent authorities. So we'll start discussion on this topic, and my co-moderator will be Doina Barsan, who is Audit Director at PwC Moldova and Romania, who has experience of over 15 years and deep insight, understanding of everything this area means, both from national and regional perspective, which makes her the co-moderator of my dreams. So welcome, Doina. Esteemed audience and guests, it's an honor to co-moderate this panel, and it's a pleasure because the topic is very interesting with a lot of implications, and also because we have very special guests. We intend during next hour to share, to discuss with you at least some little parts of what this digital journey means in financial reporting, in communicating with authorities, and also in auditing financial statements. This digitalizing process has sped up a lot in the last year, and we all learned during it. Some of us are ahead, some are just at the beginning of their journey, but they are very motivated to catch up with the ones that are forward. So that's why we intend our today's panel to look at this from three perspectives. From the perspective of the ones who already did that, we want to learn what are the best practice, what are the critical success factors, what did we learn together, and what comes next. It is my pleasure to introduce the guests of this panel who have a great experience and expertise. So together with us, we have Madam Carmen Ion, Manager for Process Improvement, Automation and Project Management at Courier Operations Romania. It is our pleasure to have Mariana Chirtoacă with us, Information Development Division of the State Tax Service, Mr. Andrei Crăciun from General Division for collecting data related to economic operators at the National Bureau of Statistics, and my colleagues, Anca Varzarov, Manager Risk Assurance Services, and Bogdan Kalachan, Senior Auditor, one of our champions on digital acceleration. Before the opening of this panel, I would like to encourage you to ask questions, and in the end of the panel, we'll have a Q&A session, and we will try to accommodate that as much as possible. So I would like to open this panel, and Carmen, I would like to start with you. What is the digital transformation process about at Goodyear Operations Romania? What processes did you transform? What did you learn? What made the difference? How do you measure success, and what comes next? Thank you for introducing me. When you contacted me for this panel, I was asking myself, what does digitalizing mean, even though This is part of my job at Goodyear. So I thought quite a lot. This is a very complex topic. It has a big load, but the most simple way is that digitalizing is not just implementing systems or new modern tools that we use. It's about a change in mindset. It's about finding new working methods to move from offline to online. I can give very basic examples related to digitalizing. For instance, approving some mm, journals sent by email instead of signing them on paper. From it's using Excel spreadsheets instead of printing tables out, filling out by hand, and then scanning them back. Instead of implementing, it's not necessarily big systems implementation with huge teams, but they can also be some small steps that can be made by few people every day. And besides changing the mindset for all of these activities, digitalizing is led by people who carry out such projects, not necessarily by IT teams. A partnership is necessary so that digitalizing can happen in a company. And the success of digitalizing is determined by this partnership with the IT. People who carry out the process, who know what they know, who know what they need, they are experts, business experts, and they need the IT to provide the technical solution. And the collaboration between them is the key to success in any company. What processes did we transform? I can say a lot about that. Goodyear Operations Romania provides to other Goodyear operations in Europe. That financial game, general accounting, transcendent. Also, we have non-finance processes. But for our audience, I thought about a process that would be relevant for accountants, given that I spent in the financial side more than 8 years before I moved to continuous improvement section. And I think a process that troubled us a lot was the annual accounting ledgers, all these notes that have to be drafted at the close end of year, end of month. And I can give an example. What Goodyear did step by step, because you said digitalizing doesn't happen overnight just because you implement a system. And we moved from approving on paper and processing these manual ledgers in a manual manner. We moved to approving them in a flow and then having those ledgers processed by some automated process. And when I say manual ledgers, I mean, for instance, reallocations of costs by cost centers, corrections, provisions for not received invoices, for invoices to be issued. I mean, all manual interventions of an accountant in the system. And this process that I refer to has over 3,500 manual entries per month for all entities that we service in Bucharest. And we have over 30 countries and over 40 legal entities. So there is a lot of work in this process. And I could say that like 2/3 of these manual ledgers are performed are written during the closing of the month, like last 2 working days or first 2 days in the following month. So automation brought big benefit to the team and to the company. Moreover, everything became online. Everything is electronic, from rectifying request approval flow and the posting in our accounting system. What else can I share from Goodyear experience is how we did it. Because it doesn't happen overnight. There are several people involved. Management support is necessary. And we need people that would work on such projects. So it's not only IT IT job. It's a collaboration between the financial unit and IT. We needed training sessions for all of these people to use the new tools, either the approval flow or interaction with the automation itself. We needed a very clear communication plan, who does what, when, and that was something new for all of the team. To make it clear, I think maybe some effort of this automation and this approval flow for manual ledgers influences around 300 employees in Goodyear in our region. That's why we needed a gradual transition of countries to this new process, because there are many people involved, many countries, many legal entities. That's why we implemented this change and this automation and flow under the form of waves. And of course, it is necessary to monitor the project because the change is quite significant and many people are involved. That's why it was monitored for around 9 months. We always we were trying to get feedback from the ones who used the automation of the flow. We tried to provide support. And support is not only from us, the team that led this project, or by IT, but we also had colleagues who are accountants and who were using this project, and they were appointed to be some support focal points if questions were brought up, and they helped their colleagues. And I think that this helped the change because this was like a support thread, because colleagues at the same level were helping each other to bring this project to an end. And I think the most important thing was the idea of selling this automation and this new flow to make people understand that the purpose was not to cut and stuff, because usually when we talk about automation, this is the biggest fear of the colleagues in the financial department. The purpose was not to streamline HR costs or other costs. So we just wanted to reduce the overtime that our colleagues spent to enter data in this process. We wanted our colleagues to acquire these technical skills, because at the end of the day, everything you learn is useful, and such technical skills are more and more demanded on the market, on the labor market. And I wanted them to understand what's the direct impact on them and why we want to implement such automations in our company. This is just one example. We have many examples of automation in financial and non-financial areas, but I thought that these manual accounting notes were more important for our audience as an example of what Goodyear did so far. Maybe. I wanted to ask you, how do you measure the success? What does success mean for you? What lessons did you learn? What comes next? That's what I thought. We have accountants here, and we're always interested in the numbers at the end of the day. How did we measure success? Of course, like any other company, we have KPIs, performance indicators. And in this case, this process had performance indicators, and the target was 10% of manual ledgers to be processed in under 2 hours. 10% was considered critical. Now, as a result of the automation and changing of the flow, 85 of the manual ledgers are processed in under 45 minutes. This released our colleagues from this routine task, from this task that did not bring any added value for them, and they can spend their time by the closing of the period time to other activities, but unnecessary, to looking at the accounts, depository, and so on, which really brings added value. Also, another success indicator is the fact that we managed to convince, in the end, almost 300 people to use this robot and this publishing in manual journals. It's a big change in the way you work, in the way you think for 300 people. I mean, even the fact that we managed to convince them is a success. Also, we often noticed a cut in the overtime hours used for this activity among the most of the employees of Goodyear Romania. And of course, it's impact feedback, direct feedback from our colleagues, sometimes, from the most resistant ones who did not want the change. And they say that after they used the robot and the automation for some months, they really understood that it brings benefits and it eases their life. And the lessons we learned is one of the first projects that I led at Goodyear. And the team, we, the team, tried to make some conclusions. How can we better address this implementation projects in the future? And we decided that communication was key, was most important. And a lot of emphasis has to be put on what changes, how things are changed, and what is in it for each of the participants, because there was a big change to the way they worked and they were comfortable to work that way. And I understood that they did not necessarily want to understand what benefit that was bringing to them and to the company. Another lesson we learned is that a lot of training sessions are needed because the participants are very busy at a certain time of the year, and we need to give them flexibility to take part when they have time. So it wasn't only one training session, but a lot of training sessions for them. So with almost 300 employees located in various countries of Europe. And what helped us a lot were the colleagues who accepted to be this support members for us, for other team members, and they worked with people from the same level, and they did not feel as something that is imposed on you from the top. And in the end, all employees got these technical skills to use some automations or systems. That was a success, but also a lesson for us, and the thing that we took into account in automations. We are not all at the same technical level, that is true, and we cannot adapt as easily to the change. And we had to be flexible enough with our colleagues because we are colleagues, and we need to be patient because everyone learns at their own pace. But in the end, we need to reach at a minimum level of technical skills in order to work with such automations. So that was another important lesson: patience and changing mindset. A clarification here: you mentioned 40 entities and 3,000 something manual ledgers that cover from procurement, stocks, closing months, and so on. But do we need to understand that the biggest part of the largest amount of transactions related to that business cycles, looking at, for instance, sales or procurements, move through an automated flow. So you just receive the ones that are not covered by the automated process. Do we understand it correctly?
Yes, these more than 3,500 are the adjustments or accounting notes that do not have an automatic flow in our systems and which are an exception. Yes, you're right. These are an exception. And as they are manual accounting notes, of course, they are subjected to a more risk in terms of audit. So yes, they should be an exception rather than the rule, and they are exceptions. Carmen, you have not said anything about the data or the inputs for this process. Is it so because the human factor is more important, meaning changing the mindset or how we address this process? or for you the data were something that you have clarified from the very beginning and you were already at a different level? No, the data were important as well, and we took data into account in this project. So if I am to speak, before creating this flow and automation, we used to have 5 ways of posting this manual ledgers, which would increase the risk of making a mistake. And the first step before automation was to automate the data entry process. And with the automation, the accuracy of the entered data increased. In addition, well, all of the ledgers are approved now within a certain period of time because all of them are in the system. So in addition to benefits of automation itself, fewer hours worked overtime, we also received some non-monetary benefits. So thanks to the automation, each person is responsible for the data it enters and which are processed automatically in the system. Everything is reviewed within a certain number of days. So I would say that the quality of data reports and ledgers has increased significantly, and there is a more accurate there's a higher accuracy of the whole flow because the manual ledgers are subjected to higher risks. Thank you very much, Carmen. We will speak about quality when discussing with Anka. I just wanted to understand your opinion of quality from the prospect of standardization of processes in so many countries. So that's a very interesting topic. For sure, you have other questions as well. I do have questions as also. I've written them down, but I'll leave them for later. Now I would like to invite the following speaker, Mariana Chirtoacă. So regarding communication between entities and state tax service, what are the tools, the services that make the difference? What should we expect in 2021 and in the following years so that we are more and more digital? Thank you, Doina. Yes, indeed, you were right when you said that the digital communication tools between taxpayers and tax service are the electronic tax services and information systems. So these services and systems were centralized in a single system, the taxpayers' personal office, and the main objective of the system that was launched recently in 2020 is to encourage taxpayers to use electronic tax services and to ensure an efficient interaction and communication between taxpayers and state tax service in online environment by centralizing the options, modules, and functionalities of the electronic tax services. The state tax service provides to taxpayers a wide range of tools for digital communication, both for individuals and legal entities. And I will kindly ask Doina, if possible, to share the first slide with the range of services provided by the tax service. So the individuals can have access to the most frequently used services, such as the declaration. This tool allows creating, checking, and submitting the income tax return without having to come in person to the tax service. Another tool is the real estate fish. Individuals can find out more information about the real estate and the accrued tax for each real estate. checking the tax obligations for individuals. So we check the information on income tax withdrawn from the source of payment. It allows to check the data indicated by people in the income tax return and calculation of the income tax. Of course, the current account of the taxpayers, it shows all the information about the tax liabilities. E-application can be used to submit various types of applications to pay online the taxes and duties, and other systems for individuals that you can see on the screen. For legal entities, the most important systems are again the electronic, the e-declaration. So legal entities have access to a list of electronic reports that should be submitted to the tax service, the National Social Insurance Company, National Health Insurance Company, National Bureau of Statistics. So these reports are signed with electronic signature and submitted automatically to those institutions. A very important tool is the e-invoice, which ensures digital communication among taxpayers. So it's between suppliers and beneficiaries, transporters, that allows online circulation of invoice. Another important system is the taxpayer's current account, which allows accessing online information about the tax liabilities of taxpayers. They have the possibility to see whether they have any outstanding taxes. The fiscal situation can be viewed by different budgetary classification, by different subdivisions of the company, historic data about balances, late payment fines, and other information. Also, electronic register of employees, electronic monitoring of sales, collecting information from indirect sources, e-application, and many other e-services for legal entities. So these are the tools used in the virtual world to ensure a good communication between the tax service and taxpayers. And now I would like to focus, with the permission of Doina, on the benefits of the personal cabinet of taxpayers. So this system was launched in 2020, and we would like it to be used more by taxpayers because it will become the main tool of communication between taxpayers and the state tax service. And I would like to present some projects or plans that we have for 2021 and the following years. So the main benefit for the personal cabinet of taxpayers is the decrease of reporting burden. So in such a way, the pressure on taxpayers that have the obligation to report electronically by using automated methods. So in such a way, they will not have the need to travel in order to sign documents on paper, in order to get access to electronic tax services. So let's remember that since 2011, to get connected to electronic services was ensured on the basis of a contract that had to be signed on paper, and that would create some difficulties for taxpayers because they had to travel to that office, additional expenses. So we have introduced this tool in order to avoid these expenses. The personal cabinet can be used also to make some changes in the list of persons in charge from the company, because they sometimes change often because of staff turnover. The chief accountant can change, or the person in charge of issuing tax invoices can change. So besides automation, the personal cabinet also offers the benefit of managing the individual access by each taxpayer. So the access, or the benefit is the following: the owner or administrator of the company, which is registered in the state register of legal units, the system checks automatically the person that is authenticated and assigns in his or her cabinet all of the companies that he or she is manager of. And afterwards, the person is identified on the basis of his or her personal identification data. And if the person leaves the company, then the access is suspended. So in the past, to make all of these changes, people had to travel to our office. But now everything can be done online without leaving your own office, without incurring additional expenses. The personal cabinet provides accurate, timely, and consistent information to everyone. The owner of the personal cabinet can view and check the personal information both as an individual and as a legal entity, and has the possibility to intervene or to request updating of personal data if there is a need. Also, I would like to mention that since launching the personal cabinet, the taxpayers were allowed to use the services.fisc.md portal in parallel, but this portal will be suspended, will be closed down. So it is important that the users who do not open the personal cabinet but get authenticated on that portal, their data are not updated. So the important message is for you to move from that portal services.fisc.md to the personal cabinet, because that portal is not maintained technically anymore, because it will be closed soon. And actually, we have made a number of announcements in this regard, and I would like to remind about this one more time. So all of the data that are included in the personal cabinet or in the account of the person, it can be either through the taxpayers cabinet or when they get authenticated by services, those data are reflected in the submitted report. So it's very important to use correctly the tool. Okay, the taxpayers that have not made any changes, then it's okay. They will not feel this transition or this gap. But those that have made some changes recently in terms of the legal address, last name, they will see in the electronic reports those data. Another benefit of the personal cabinet of taxpayer is the possibility to check the history of issuance, suspensions, blocking of access of each user. So the manager or the person empowered by the manager, by the director, can see all log data. So the date, the time, the IP address when a certain transaction was made. And last but not least, the personal cabinet of taxpayers ensures a high security of access to data, to ID profiles by applying the security policies implemented by the e-governance agency using the MPAS access control tool. So this tool ensures or limits the authentication in the system.
Restricționează autentificarea persoanelor care li s-a făcut cunoscute credențialele de autenticare.
Those persons whose authentication credentials were made known to, or to the persons that do not have the electronic signature. And this is an important thing because the personal cabinet contains personal data, and if a non-authorized person gets authenticated, they can see the first name, last name, personal code, address, all the income, revenue, payments about individuals, not only about legal entities. So access control is very important. I can keep on listing more and more benefits, but I would like also to speak about the projects that we would like to develop in 2021 and in the following years as well. So regarding the personal cabinet of taxpayers, a new section that will be soon finalized and launched, it is being tested now, is the messaging function. So this is destined to ensure direct communication between taxpayers and tax service. So we will have the important messages, informations, official letters. And it is important that it will be not only the state tax services having the possibility to send messages to taxpayers. It will be both ways. Taxpayers will have the possibility to send messages to tax services as well. And they will also have the possibility to attach various letters or documents. And the registration number will be assigned immediately. They will not have to call anymore to find out about the entry registration number for their letter, for example. It will be assigned automatically. The taxpayer will be able to see at any time the status of his or her application, and will receive an answer from the state tax service. So it will be simple. They will only enter in the personal cabinet, and in the same section which they used to send the message, they will receive the reply. So for example, if a taxpayer has submitted, let's say, 5 letters to the tax service, they will have the possibility to see which of them were replied and which were not yet replied. Also, they will find decisions on initiating controls. So they will be sent to the manager or administrator and chief accountant of the enterprise. We are also thinking to develop so each user has an email, but sometimes it is necessary to have one single email for the company where we will send messages about the need that you have to open your personal cabinet because there is a very important message there you have to read. So we will have more fields for the legal entity. It will be possible to include 1 or 2 emails where to send the messages to the company. Because all of the companies have a centralized email to get letters. Another module that will be developed in the personal cabinet is the online appointments. So in such a way, the taxpayer will have the possibility to select the service that they would like to receive from the tax service and to make an appointment for a certain date and time. So in such a way, the taxpayer will have the possibility to correctly plan the day in order to avoid the queues or not to know when he or she will be served. So in such a way, the taxpayers will have the possibility to plan their day better. Other functionalities that are planned are notifications by phone, by email. So the state tax service will ensure in 2020, in 2021, and in the following years, we will work on integrating the systems of the state tax service of all the other systems, as mConnect, mPower, mSign, and all the other systems of the e-governance agency that are implemented already. Another important functionality is the fact that currently, according to Order 352, I don't know if you're aware of it, of registering as a taxpayer. Now the taxpayer have to travel physically to register the accountant of the company. Since 2021, we play that when the administrator establishes who is the chief accountant, because now it is interpreted as a role of the system, but subsequently it will be as a function. So these data will be transferred automatically into the database of the state tax service. So no additional application will be needed to register the chief accountant. In 2021, we will also work on e-invoice system. This system was re-engineered in 2020. Many functionalities have been developed. This year, the most important functionalities will be to devise the system by central office and territorial offices. Taxpayers have asked to be able to view or to sign invoices by units, so that the users from one unit not to have the possibility to see the invoices from another unit. Identification of beneficiaries from the budgetary system, changing the life cycle of e-invoice to get the acceptance to annul a tax invoice, adjust the register of invoices, electronic signature of tax invoices by the individual. So a massive project that we are working on, and I can say that in the following 4 or 5 years is the electronic register of employees. It was launched this year for the budgetary sector. Now we're still working it, we're still developing it, but that's quite a massive system. I said 4 or 5 years because we need, in order to get a very good system, and on the basis of the practice that Romania also has, as far as I know. But taking into account the rate of our speed now, we hope we will manage to have it completed sooner. In the following 2 years, we will work on e-application system. We have more than 10 modules via the e-application, such as registration as a VAT payer, registration as a payer of excise taxes, registration of taxpayer. That's a huge system which contains more than 10 modules. In the following years, we plan to re-engineer this system and to upgrade it. So these are the most important projects planned for the following years. We have other projects as well, but these are internal information systems that ensure a proper organization and functionality of these services that I've presented that are intended for taxpayers. So Doina, if I still have time, I could speak about, well, it depends on the time available. I have not monitored the time, but I could speak about some issues that it would be good for taxpayers to take into account when using the electronic services. So do I have time? Yes, please. So I will try to be brief. So the most important things that I wanted to mention, I don't need this slide now. I will need it a bit later. So thank you very much. So out of the issues that we have noticed, we have, because we are monitoring all the tickets generated through the single call center, and most of the questions referred to the role of administrator in the personal cabinet of taxpayer. And I would like to say that if a user gets authenticated and does not see a certain company, it means that they are not the administrator of that company, most of the cases. So the information about the manager or administrator of the company comes from the state registry of legal entities. So this registration should be done at the Agency of Public Services. So when an user authenticates into the system automatically validates the information and searches for that user through the whole database and assigns all of the companies where he or she is an administrator into the personal cabinet. Yes, there are some exceptions. We analyze them separately, but there were very few exceptions. Most of them were related to cases when the state tax service had to intervene in order to request information from the public services agency. But the main rule is that you need to be an administrator and you should not be suspended at the Agency of Public Services. Sometimes it happened that instead of role of administrator, they would view the role of director. That's a situation when taxpayers, so if they know for sure that they are an administrator, well, there are not so many situations, but they have to contact the call center because the call center makes another additional validation. So if he or she is an administrator, for sure, not a simple director, I say that these are different roles. They can have 400 directors in a company, financial director and other types of directors, but the administrators are the ones who are registered at the Agency for Public Services. Other questions are about the administrators that are non-resident. The persons that need electronic signature to use the system because they have to get authenticated through the MPAS system. But in order to get the electronic signature according to law number 91, they need to have an personal ID number, because the providers of electronic services cannot issue an electronic signature. So non-residents need to contact the Bureau for Migration and Asylum in order to get a certificate to confirm the identification number that they receive upon entry into the country, because when the non-resident enters into the country, they get automatically an identification number. And on the basis of this certificate, the service providers can issue an electronic signature. And then the taxpayer does not have to contact the state tax services. So they don't have to contact us anymore because we have provided these services, but you can use them only if you have electronic signature. Another issue is about people who are monitored. So if I have spoken earlier about the taxpayers that are registered by the Agency for Public Services. There is a category of taxpayers who do not go to the Agency of Public Services because they are monitored and they are registered by the direction of division, territorial divisions. I speak about lawyers, notaries, bailiffs, farms, individual agricultural households, permanent non-resident representative offices. They are recorded by the state tax service and they should not go to the agency for public services in order to appear in the state tax registry. Hence, these groups of taxpayers, when they get authenticated in the personal cabinet, and if they have certain difficulties and they cannot see any information about them, they need to contact the call center in order to solve each situation separately, and we try to do it rapidly. So I want to make this comment because it often happened for me to be contacted by lawyers who went to the Agency for Public Services and they were rejected, which is obvious because it was not that agency who registered them.
Another important aspect is that the taxpayers private doesn't allow you access unless you confirm your email address for the user account. So when you log in, it's important to verify personal data, and that is contact data. It's telephone number and email. Email address is important because we talked about the messaging that we implemented, and when you receive some summons, the taxpayers office will let them know that go on, open your private taxpayers office because there is something important in there, and obviously they don't spend all the time in their account. So that's why we need their email address and their telephone numbers. And as I said, we will try to show some developments for SMS sent by phone. Sorry, Mariana, I'm just very aware of the time and of our guests who are left. So sorry to interrupt you. Things are very interesting and relevant, especially for the ones who access these things every day and have questions. I know you have something else interesting that I would like you to share with us. And I would like to ask you to that part, because we cannot give you more than 2 minutes, because we are getting a bit late. Thank you, Donna, for stopping me when I start talking about e-services and tools for taxpayers, I can talk forever, and I don't realize that time flies. So thank you. In order not to leave it for the very end, we might organize a separate session for these practices related to accessing platforms, tools, and instruments. If that works for you, we are always open to provide the necessary support and be with the taxpayers. So the announcement I wanted to do today is that today, on the 30th of April, on the 1st of April, the State Tax Service launched a new website, sfs.md, and there is a short video showing how the page works. So if you want, you can watch it. And I encourage you to access our new page. And of course, every information system, every new invention, every new page needs some time to be adjusted because the structure changed, the sections changed, and when it pushes out of our comfort zone, we respond negatively. Like, I don't find what I need. But we are always available to provide you support to find. If you need to find something, we can find it together. Of course, there will be new information as well, but this is a nice moment for the State Tax Service for implementing this great event for us, launching a new website. We hope it will be useful for you and it will be comfortable and interesting to be accessed. Thank you. Thank you, Mariana, for your intervention, for your energy and passion with which you talked about interaction, communication between companies and STS. Andrei, I want to move to you because at some point, Mariana mentioned an interesting project about register of employees. I know this has been discussed for a longer time, and it is somehow a joint project with the National Bureau of Statistics. And what is this about, and what are the benefits that this tool will provide? Hello. First of all, I would like to congratulate all accountants and auditors on their professional day that is going to come soon. First of all, I wish all of you good health and success. When it comes to the register of employees that you and Mariana mentioned, this project is being implemented, and of course, it is at an initial stage. And at first stage, we include the budgetary institutions. And as it was mentioned before, the project is large and its development will take quite a long time. What benefits can it bring in terms of and for economic operators? That with one indicator that will be entered into that register, once indicators are entered in the register, it will be not necessary to submit additional information, statistical reports for work, because information will be generalized. The information will be generalized in the register of employees, and the information that is currently included in IPC 21 form. I am not very much involved in the development of this register. There are other people who are more involved. The statistics of remuneration, not so much to statistics of labor, but these are the benefits that the implementation of this register will achieve. Of course, it has to be implemented in stages. At first, it will be applied to budgetary institutions. We don't want to impose any additional works to the business. We don't want to make companies to submit it both the report and in the register and statistical reports that they have today. Again, we want to have it tested to calculate it some additional data, and based on data that will be provided by budgetary institutions at the first stage, we will analyze how much that meets the statistical needs, and based on that analysis, later on, some indicators or some parts of the register will be improved, and subsequently, when it is developed and tested, it will be implemented for the business sector as well. Thank you very much, Andrei. If we understand it well, it's about moving this process of reporting on employees and contractual relationship into a digital form to avoid duplication, to avoid having that reporting towards several entities, so that it would save time for the entities and for companies. Is that true? Yes, yes. I mean, once we have this register, it will save time and money, because time is money, both for the business sector and for the state authorities, that will have all the information they need in one place in order to generate some statistical information and in order to make decisions, informed decisions. A question I would like to ask you, and it's not only me, related to centralizing the financial reporting of authorities. What is your vision if something happens related to that? If something happens, when? Speaking of financial reporting, so financial statements, right now this is a project implemented by a unit of a World Bank. It's the International Finance Corporation, regarding as it is provided for in the accounting law, is the public depository of financial statements. So the IFC hired some experts who developed the concept of this depository. Currently, as far as I know, they work on developing the technical specification to hire a company that will develop the technical specification for developing the software, and then this depository will include all financial statements, both of economic operators that currently report either to the National Bureau of Statistics or through the one-stop shop. But also it will include reporting from banking, who report to the National Bank. It will also include reporting of financial statements that today go to the National Commission for the Financial Market. And maybe that will also include reporting that report according to IFRS. And this depository will have two parts. One part will be for reporting, and the second part for viewing these reports, meaning that the report should be available to the general public, including with a management statement, audit report, explanatory notes, everything that a financial statement includes. Do you have a timeline? No, as according to the concept, it was supposed to be completed by the end of 2023. Okay. Thank you very much, Andrei. If we understand it correctly, this is a central depository that will not only collect these reports, but it will also provide or give open access to access to the financial statements, leadership statement, and auditor report. This is good news, and we just have to wait and hope that nothing will obstruct this process anymore. We also hope and we hope that this process will work as planned, and at the end of this project will achieve good results. So we were running through accounting and auditing and plans for future. Now we move to the audit side, to my colleagues, in order to find out how they see this digital acceleration, how they live through this change, and what did they learn, and what comes next. Bogdan, I will start from you. First of all, tell us, what do you do exactly, precisely, and what does digital acceleration mean for you? Of course. In PwC, I'm involved in audit missions and development of end-to-end solutions for repetitive IT solutions. I'm also a member of a global transformation change, and I'm involved in projects on digital improvement and work with several digital tools and development of robots, like the ones mentioned by Carmen before. So to answer the second part of the question, what digital acceleration means for me, I would say first of all, I do what I like very much. And secondly, digital acceleration in audit is a big and complex process, but mostly it is about automation, where we encounter many technological processes, many robots, by the way, but we also provide a lot of support and motivation from colleagues who want to change things. Why do they want to change things? Because that means less work for repetitive and boring works that we all avoid, and more time for tasks that add value and help detect the risks easier during audit. I understand it personally, but I want to understand technically what processes precisely changed. What are the process segments that changed? What tools are you talking about? What's their nature? How do they help? Speaking of processes we managed to transform and tools that we are using, we could talk till tomorrow, but I will try to give 3 or 4 examples only. Speaking of communication and exchange of information with the clients, can you imagine this could last a long time? This does not take place by email anymore. For some years now, we have some platforms that allow communication and exchange of information, which is much better. Of course, with some restricted access, status monitoring, we receive various reminders, and we can exchange huge amount of information on these platforms, and we don't use email anymore. Speaking of data extraction or information extraction, we have tools that allow us extracting information directly from the accounting systems, straight from the source, of course, if we have access and permission, without needing for all of these files to be extracted and then sent in a certain format by our clients. After we manage to retrieve this data, which we'll discuss later, we have a processing where most of time we work with complete population. It's not only with samples. So we manage to process any amount of data. We don't have that limitation of 1 million lines that we had in Excel. And that was the most popular tool used for data, which, by the way, next year will be 40 years old. And most of our viewers are probably younger than that. But using these tools, we have higher data processing speed. Like 3-4 years ago in Excel to process a register of fixed assets, it took us 1 or 2 days or even more, depending on the amount of data and format of that register. Now that can be done in 2 hours within according to a preset sequence of steps. And one more example, at PwC, we created the centers of excellence that help us standardize the auditing process. And this is possible, of course, by using efficiently, having our colleagues use technology in our Center of Excellence. Thank you, Bogdan. I can brag. You know, one of these Centers of Excellence is in Chisinau. We call it Center of Competence, which helps us very much with this audit side. Last question for now from me to you. What are the lessons learned? Very briefly. What do you think is absolutely critical, and what comes next? What I noticed, again, is that even though digital acceleration is something that we want, and people and culture in organizations are very important, both in terms of ideas and implementation and practice, I would say. That's why I noticed that the tone of the top is very important, but equally important is the commitment of the employees. It's important for everyone to feel comfortable with that, to come with automation ideas and with the tools that they have, and to transform those into solutions. Of course, it is also important to give them time for learning when we ask our colleagues to use a new tool, and of course to give support, to provide support when you have teams who know and who can help this acceleration process, such as the centers of excellence mentioned before. Speaking of what comes next, I can just tell you that this is just the beginning. There are many ideas that we work on, and this is a continuous transformation process. It's not something that done just at one point. We want to become as digital as possible, but at the same time, we want to be next to our colleagues and clients. Thank you, Bogdan. I think your remark about being close to people, to colleagues, is important. And now, Anca, I move to you. And I would like to discuss with you as brief as possible about data quality, which are very important for digital transformation. What is the definition? What are the that we discuss about data quality?
Bun, mulțumesc frumos, Doina.
Okay, thank you, Donna, very much. And hello, everyone. First of all, I would like to mention several perspectives on data quality, given that I have some experience in the area of implementing IT systems and in the area of audit of IT systems needed for the financial auditing. And I'm also a consultant together with people who are taxpayers and they have the need of this reporting towards certain institutions. These parts are important from all of the three aspects, from three perspectives that I mentioned. Indeed, we talk about data in the context of digital transformation, but let's see what data mean. What data are? They are an integral part of everything, what we call a business, they're part of our way of operation, of our operational processes defined in our organization. Therefore, it is important to take care of the data that we have, to make use of them, because data are a comparable asset. And we have value added compared when we have better data. We use data at their true value when we are in a success area. So this is a factor that makes a difference. And you asked me, Donna, and I thank you for this question, but what is data quality? Everyone talks about digitalizing, about data quality, but what is data quality? We can define it very easily, in a simple way and in a brief way, because this data quality is understood as the existence of certain data that are accurate, complete in a format, in a suitable format at the right place, right time, to meet certain needs of their business processes. And I don't mean decision makers necessarily here. All people that make up these business processes, all people using the data need the data to have these features that I'm mentioning. And now I would like to make a slight transition towards the factors that influence the quality of the data that we have in our organization. And I'd like to make reference to what Carmen was telling before. These processes should have a certain standardization. The process that are standardized, once processes are standardized, data are cleaner, are more comprehensive, are more consistent, and standardizing of processes helps us a lot with data quality. Without standardized processes, there is just a possibility that some data would be duplicated or they wouldn't be single or wouldn't be valid. And I would like to give you an example. Think how a certain process of yours looks like in your organization. Try to imagine it as a flow chart. How does it start? From the beginning, the flow of a process, from the beginning to the end. You will see that often the way we talk about a certain process or the way we show it and the way things happen transactionally in certain IT systems might be very different. Speaking of methods of streamlining processes, of course, we have the area of technological product. Of course, we should discuss it when we talk about digital transformation, but these are process mining products that help you see like a scan of your processes in your organization to have standardized processes that will help increase the quality of your data. And now I'd like to move to another factor that influences data quality, and that is inconsistent reporting. Often there are many reporting requirements coming from various places to the same financial and accounting department. Often, from my own experience, during the process analysis that I carry out in the context of standardizing reports, so I encounter certain types of reports that are requested from the accounting department. But if that request comes to 2 or 3 users of information, it might happen that the information would be entirely different in those reports, missing a consistent and standardized reporting. Here, we of course have a systems that we have business intelligence. They can add value to our standardized and another factor influencing data quality results from complex data formats. And various systems that we have in our organization, systems or applications, they bring new data formats. These formats being different, we should have some mechanisms that correlate them, information among them. And there is a need to standardize, we need standardization, including in this area of complexity, including the data, and it is necessary to map the data. And out of all these ways that so with these pillars that might help us, we can achieve a better data quality. Another factor that is very important relates to data security. As you know well, technology moves on every day, and we talk about digitalizing every day, and we are now in a format where we talk about digitalizing. And these services there are many companies that sell data on the market, and when you purchase and you import into your systems these data sources, you need to make sure if they are of high enough quality, if the sources of data are credible. So it depends on where did they retrieve that information. So it's important to know how this information is monetized, because they brought up a huge amount of data. And these data are different, so they are structured differently, or they are in a format with a different structure. Another thing that is important is your access to these data, how data are accessed in your organization. Because everyone mentioned today about data, and what should so what should we do to have access to secure data? We first of all should understand what kind of data we try to secure. We need a data classification, because there are certain data that are classified in our companies, and I'm thinking about financial statements as well, because financial statements are pieces of information that, okay, it's the situation in our organization that also includes information that could damage our reputation. For instance, if our client database, if it's not secure enough and we don't um, have some clarity about how it is accessed, it might happen that it may be the subject of a cyber attack. So data classification is important. Anka, I want to interrupt you. I just want you to pay attention to certain aspects. And you mentioned data security. And I want you to elaborate a little bit more about the risks related to data, because we a little bit we don't have enough time, but I wouldn't like us to skip this topic. So risks related to data and how can we mitigate them. The fact that we moved, because sometimes we don't even know where our data are somewhere in a cloud, but that does not mean that there are no risks. And I think that in reality, this is much underestimated. So please, 3 minutes, speak of 2 or 3 or 1 risk that you think is major and 1 or 2 solutions that you think we should take into account.
Acest risc reputațional care este important.
Thank you very much, Doina. I would like to mention the reputational risk that is very important for all of us, actually. And I would speak about a cyber attack which took place in December 2020 and against a UK company in the healthcare area. It's a market leader. The type of activity is cosmetic and recovery surgery. So they were attacked by some hackers, and those hackers withdrew an important set of data of personal and private nature, data about the customers of those clinics, and they kind of blackmailed them. They said, if you don't pay to us this amount of money, we will make public the information and the the pictures, because the cosmetic clinics make pictures of their customers before the surgery and after. So I believe that was a huge reputational risk for that company that affected the market leader in the healthcare services area. So what we could do is for us to be very careful how we securize our data, who has access to our data. And I will also make a reference to policies, procedures, how we could mitigate certain risks when we identify them, why we need these procedures in our organizations. Well, first of all, for us, employees of the organization, to be in a safe, secure environment, to know that our personal data will not be leaked, that will not be subjected to cyber attacks, as I have described earlier. So as indeed for that, and in order to be able to discuss about data, we need people to understand what is the role of data for an organization. And for that, we provide explanations, we organize trainings, we ask them, but what data do you have in your organization? How do you store them in a computer, on physical format? How do we raise awareness about the importance of data in a company? So by creating such an environment of data governance in an organization, and by introducing controls, policies, controlling the data, controlling the identity of people who have access to those data, how users are classified depending on the role and responsibility that they have in the organization. Not everyone has access to the same data and to the same categories of data. There are some users who have the right to enter data in certain databases, whereas other users have only the viewing right, thinking about secret data. If everyone can copy those data from an organization, they can be subjected to be exposed publicly, where you would not want those data to be revealed. Anka, thank you very much. You know what we are told? We trust people. They know that this information is confidential. It's only the right people who have access them. But I hope such answers will be less frequent in practice. Let me make a summary of what I've understood. So during this digital transformation process, it is necessary to ask ourselves some fundamental questions when we think about data and information. Do we really need that? What are the processes? So it is very important to put some digital glasses on in order to review our data, to see what value added they bring, and not to forget that in the digital world there are new risks. And the fact that we do not have a room to archive our documents, it does not mean that we do not need controls to diminish these risks. Anka, thank you very much. Veronica, let's see if there are any questions and take a couple of questions. Maybe I know we are short of time, but let's take at least several questions that you have written down. Yes, Doina, you're right. I also have a special opinion about the need to request data that are not used afterwards. So that's not only about security, but efficiency as well. So I have a question, if I'm not mistaken, it's for Carmen. It's the following: what are the KPIs in more details? Or can you give us more details about the KPIs implemented in account? And what are the criteria recommended by the experts? So what are the KPIs implemented in an accounting entity, an outsourced one? And what are the recommended criteria by experts? Okay, so there are some criteria in terms of time for all of the accounting activities to be done on time and accurately. So it's both about timing and quality in general. So our goal is not only to decrease the time, so we try to measure it using the system. Well, the situation with timing is clear, how quickly a ledger is posted. Regarding the quality, how many of them were rejected at the first step of approval, or how many of them were rejected at the first step of validation. For example, the quality of data was not good enough to finish the posting. How many were approved by the set deadline, depending on the value of journal. We have a certain approval time. So and also depending on the type of journal, we need a certain type of approval. Above a certain threshold, we need 2 approvals. So we monitor the time, we monitor the number of rejections. So depending on process, there are different KPIs. For the process that I have explained, we monitor the timing and the quality. Thank you. I hope the person who asked the question got an answer. The answer is clear to me. I have a question as well, with your permission, Doina. A question to Mariana. The topic that Mariana presented, I think, is closest out of all of them discussed here. So though I am in love with digitalization, but nevertheless, digitalization of tax services is kind of part of me. So speaking about this tool, which in my opinion is a fantastic tool, this cabinet of taxpayer that incorporates, or at least tends to incorporate all of the existing systems in the tax service, I'm curious if do you plan for this system to cover not only the process of requesting some clarifications or by requesting some services from the tax service, but for example, information about the control process, for example, for the authority to send documents to the taxpayer, or following the Swedish example, if you plan to incorporate audio recording of the calls made at the call center. So I am curious if you plan these interactive elements that you plan to implement. Mrs. Veronica, thank you for your question. Actually, the ideas for the personal cabinet are huge, and we don't have plans only for 1 or 2 years. We will continuously work to improve and broaden the system. First of all, I would like to mention, well, if I understood correctly your question, if not, please correct me. So all of the documents that are related to a certain tax control, starting with the decision to start it up to the final report, will be sent via the personnel cabinet. The documents will be signed electronically. So we plan to launch this by the end of 2021, meaning this year. Regarding recorded calls and storing them, I was very curious when we were discussing about this with the management of the tax service. And now when you ask this question, I was surprised to see the same topic. Yes, indeed, our management is thinking about such a project, but we have to finish first what was started already, what was planned for this year. And afterwards, we will analyze, because this topic is very interesting, and our colleagues know about this Swedish practice, and they would like to have it implemented in Moldova as well. But now, given that the cabinet was launched in 2020, meaning last year, we still have to improve it, to develop it, and afterwards, so initially we have to provide the main tools, and afterwards we will add more in order to improve the system, to make it more upgraded. Thank you, Mariana, for your answer. Yes, I agree. I got an answer regarding the documents. I had a different picture in my mind. I was thinking about a kind of line showing at what control stage the taxpayer is. But that's my view of how it will take place. And thank you very much that you try to upgrade the system on a continuous basis and to make the system attractive and interesting. Doina, I have ended the question. Tell me, please, if there are any questions that you would like to ask to some of our participants. Veronica, frankly speaking, I have lots of questions. I do have them, but for me to be correct with everybody, unfortunately, I would like to stop here. I am aware that we passed using an express train, so we wanted to address the digital transformation from 3 different angles. Maybe you've noticed I was naughty and I interrupted all of the presentations in order to manage to cover all the topics, because I hope that I have inspired you. I hope that I've managed to motivate you. The door is not closed here. That's only a beginning. I don't want to close this session before congratulating you on the occasion of the professional day. That's an interesting job that you have. You'll never get bored. It's always something new to learn. So this transformation side, I think it's exactly what is happening with the life and your professional career. So I'd like to congratulate you. I want to thank you for your participation, for commitments and time, and wish you a great evening. Thank you very much, Doina. Also, what I want to say, you are an example that I think is inspiring generations of accountants and auditors, not only at PwC. Having said that, our session ended. We will take a 1-minute break, and after that, we will make the totals of today with all the moderators. So see each other soon.